Part 1 of The Matchless Orinda. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 1. Poems 1 through 10. 1. Upon the double murder of King Charles I, in answer to a libellous copy of rhymes by Vavasour Powell. I think not on the state, nor am concerned which way soever the great helm is turned, but as that son whose father's danger nigh did force his native dumbness and untie the fettered organs, so this is a cause that will excuse the breach of nature's laws. Silence were now a sin, nay, passion now wise men themselves for merit would allow. What noble eye could see, and careless pass, the dying lion kicked by every ass? Has Charles so broke God's laws, he must not have a quiet crown, nor yet a quiet grave? Tombs have been sanctuaries, thieves lie there secure from all their penalty and fear. Great Charles his double misery was this, unfaithful friends, ignoble enemies. Had any heathen been this prince's foe, he would have wept to see him injured so. His title was his crime, they reasoned good to quarrel at the right they had withstood. He broke God's laws, and therefore he must die. And what shall then become of thee and I? Slander must follow treason. But yet stay. Take not our reason with our king away. Though you have seized upon all our defence, yet do not sequester our common sense. Christ will be king, but I ne'er understood his subjects built his kingdom up with blood, except their own, or that he would dispense with his commands, though for his own defence. Oh, to what height of horror are they come, who dare pull down a crown, tear up a tomb. 2. On the numerous access of the English to wait upon the king in Flanders. Hasten, great prince, unto thy British Isles, or all thy subjects will become exiles. To thee they flock, thy presence is their home, as Pompey's camp, where'er it moved, was Rome. They that asserted thy just cause go hence, to testify their joy and reverence, and those that did not, now by wonder taught, go to confess and expiate their fault. So that if thou dost stay, thy gasping land itself will empty on the Belgic sand. Where the affrighted Dutchman does profess, he thinks it an invasion, not address. As we unmonarched were for want of thee, so till thou come we shall unpeopled be. None but the close fanatic will remain, who by our loyalty his ends will gain. And he th' exhausted land will quickly find as desolate a place as he designed. For England, though grown old with woes, will see her long denied and sovereign remedy. So when old Jacob could but credit give that his prodigious Joseph still did live, Joseph that was preserved to restore their lives that would have taken his before, it is enough, said he, to Egypt I will go, and see him once before I die. 3. Arion on a Dolphin, to his Majesty at his passage into England. Whom does this stately navy bring? Oh, 'tis Great Britain's glorious king. Convey him then, ye winds and seas, swift as desire and calm as peace. In your respect let him survey what all his other subjects pay, and prophesy to them again this splendid smoothness of his reign. Charles and his mighty hopes you bear, a greater now than Caesar's here, whose veins a richer purple boast than ever heroes yet engrossed. Sprung from a father so august, he triumphs in his very dust. In him two miracles we view, his virtue and his safety too. For when compelled by traitors' crimes to breathe and bow in foreign climes, exposed to all the rigid fate that does on withered greatness wait, plots against life and conscience laid, by foes pursued, by friends betrayed. Then heaven, his secret potent friend, did him from drugs and stabs defend, and what's more yet, kept him upright midst flattering hope and bloody fight. Cromwell his own right never gained, defender of the faith remained, for which his predecessors fought and writ, but none so dearly bought. Never was prince so much besieged, at home provoked, abroad obliged, nor ever man resisted thus, no, not great Athanasius. No help of friends could or foes' spite to fierce invasion him invite. Revenge to him no pleasure is, he spared their blood who gaped for his. Blushed any hands the English crown should fasten on him but their own. As peace and freedom with him went, with him they came from banishment. That he might his dominions win, he with himself did first begin, and that best victory obtained, his kingdom quickly he regained. Th' illustrious sufferings of this prince did all reduce and all convince. He only lived with such success, that the whole world would fight with less. Assistant kings could but subdue those foes which he can pardon too. He thinks no slaughter trophies good, nor laurels dipped in subjects' blood, but with a sweet resistless art disarms the hand and wins the heart. And like a god doth rescue those who did themselves and him oppose. Go, wondrous prince, adorn that throne which birth and merit make your own, and in your mercy brighter shine than in the glories of your line. Find love at home, and abroad fear, and veneration everywhere. The united world will you allow their chief, to whom the English bow, and monarchs shall to yours resort, as Sheba's queen to Judah's court, returning thence constrained more to wonder, envy, and adore. Discovered Rome will hate your crown, but she shall tremble at your frown. For England shall, ruled and restored by you, the suppliant world protect, or else subdue. 4. On the fair weather just at the coronation, it having rained immediately before and after. So clear a season, and so snatched from storms, shows heaven delights to see what man performs. Well knew the sun, if such a day were dim, it would have been an injury to him. For then a cloud had from his eye concealed the noblest sight that ever he beheld. He therefore checked th' invading rains we feared, and in a bright parenthesis appeared. So that we knew not which looked most content, the king, the people, or the firmament. But the solemnity once fully past, the storm returned with an impetuous haste, and heaven and earth each other to outdo, vied both in cannons and in fireworks too. So Israel passed through the divided flood, while in obedient heaps the ocean stood. But the same sea, the Hebrews once on shore, returned in torrents where it was before. 5. To the Queen's Majesty on her arrival at Portsmouth, May 14th, 1662. Now that the seas and winds so kind are grown, for our advantage to resign their own, now you have quitted the triumphant fleet, and suffered English ground to kiss your feet, whilst your glad subjects with impatience throng to see a blessing they have begged so long, whilst nature, who in compliment to you kept back till now her wealth and beauty too, hath to attend the lustre your eyes bring, sent forth her loved ambassador the spring. Whilst in your praise fame's echo doth conspire with the soft touches of the sacred lyre, let an obscurer muse upon her knees present you with such offerings as these, and you as a divinity adore, so that your mercy may appear the more. Who, though of those you should the best receive, can such imperfect ones as these forgive? Hail, royal beauty, virgin bright and great, who do our hopes secure, our joys complete. We cannot reckon what to you we owe, who make him happy who makes us be so. But heaven for us the desperate debt hath paid, who such a monarch hath your trophy made. A prince whose virtue did alone subdue armies of men, and of offences too. so good that from him all our blessings flow, yet is a greater than he can bestow. So great that he dispenses life and death, and Europe's fate depends upon his breath. For Fortune in amends now courts him more than ever she affronted him before, as lovers that of jealousy repent grow troublesome in kind acknowledgment. Who greater courage showed in wooing you than other princes in their battles do? Never was Spain so generously defied, where they designed a prey, he courts a bride. Hence they may guess what will his anger prove, when he appeared so brave in making love. And be more wise than to provoke his arms, who can submit to nothing but your charms. And till they give him leisure to subdue, his enemies must owe their peace to you. Whilst he and you mixing illustrious rays, as much above our wishes as our praise, such heroes shall produce, as even they, without regret or blushes shall obey. 6. To the Queen Mother's Majesty, January 1st, 1661. You justly may forsake a land which you have found so guilty and so fatal too. Fortune, injurious to your innocence, shot all her poisoned arrows here or hence. 'Twas here bold rebels once your life pursued, to whom 'twas treason only to be rude, till you were forced by their unwearied spite, O glorious criminal, to take your flight, whence after you all that was humane fled. For here, oh, here the royal martyr bled, whose cause and heart must be divine and high, that having you could be content to die. Here they purloined what we to you did owe, and paid you in variety of woe. Yet all those billows in your breast did meet a heart so firm, so loyal, and so sweet, that over them you greater conquest made than your immortal father ever had. For we may read in story of some few that fought like him, none that endured like you, till sorrow blushed to act what traitors meant, and Providence itself did first repent. But as our active, so our passive ill hath made your share to be the sufferers still. As from our mischiefs all your troubles grew, 'tis your sad right to suffer for them too. Else our great Charles had not been hence so long, nor the illustrious Gloucester died so young. Nor had we lost a princess all confessed to be the greatest, wisest, and the best, who leaving colder parts but less unkind, for it was here she set and there she shined, did to a most ungrateful climate come to make a visit, and to find a tomb. So that we should as much your smile despair, as of your stay in this unpurged air. But that your mercy doth exceed our crimes as much as your example former times, and will forgive our offerings though the flame does tremble still betwixt regret and shame. For we have justly suffered more than you, by the sad guilt of all your sufferings too. As you the great idea have been seen of either fortune, and in both the Queen, live still triumphant by the noblest wars, and justify your reconciled stars. See your offenders for your mercy bow, and your tried virtue all mankind allow, while you to such a race have given birth, as are contended for by heaven and earth. 7. Upon the Princess Royal her return into England. Welcome, sure pledge of reconciled powers, if kingdoms have good angels, you are ours. For th' ill ones checked by your bright influence could never strike till you were hurried hence. But then as streams withstood more rapid grow, war and confusion soon did overflow, such and so many sorrows did succeed, as it would be a new one now to read. But whilst your lustre was to us denied, you scattered blessings everywhere beside. Nature and fortune have so curious been, to give you worth and scene to show it in. But we do most admire that generous care which did your glorious brother's sufferings share, so that he thought them in your presence none, and yet your sufferings did increase his own. O wondrous prodigy! O race divine! Who owe more to your actions than your line. Your lives exalt your father's deathless name, the blush of England and the boast of fame. Pardon, great madam, this unfit address, which doth profane the glory 'twould confess. Our crimes have banished us from you, and we were more removed by them than by the sea. Nor is it known whether we wronged you more when we rebelled, or now we do adore. But what guilt found, devotion cannot miss, and you who pardoned that will pardon this. Your blessed return tells us our storms are ceased, our faults forgiven, and our stars appeased. Your mercy, which no malice could destroy, shall first bestow, and then instruct our joy. For bounteous heaven hath, in your highness sent, our great example, bliss, and ornament. 8. On the death of the illustrious Duke of Gloucester. Great Gloucester's dead, and yet in this we must confess that angry heaven is wise and just. We have so long and yet so ill endured the woes which our offences had procured, that this new stroke would all our strength destroy, had we not known an interval of joy. And yet perhaps this stroke had been excused, if we this interval had not abused. But our ingratitude and discontent deserved to know our mercies were but lent. And those complaints heaven in this rigid fate doth first chastise and then legitimate. By this it our divisions does reprove, and makes us join in grief if not in love. For, glorious youth, all parties do agree, as in admiring so lamenting thee. The sovereign's subjects, foreigners' delight, thou wert the universal favourite. Not Rome's beloved and brave Marcellus fell so much a darling or a miracle. Though built of richest blood and finest earth, thou hadst a heart more noble than thy birth, which by the fflictive changes thou didst know, thou hadst but too much cause and time to show. For when fate did thy infancy expose to the most barbarous and stupid foes, yet thou didst then so much express the prince, as did even them amaze, if not convince. Nay, that loose tyrant whom no bound confined, whom neither laws nor oath nor shame could bind, although his soul was then his look more grim, yet thy brave innocence half softened him. And he that worth wherein thy soul was dressed, by his ill-favoured clemency confessed, lessening the ill which he could not repent, he called that travel which was banishment. Escaped from him, thy trials were increased, the scene was changed, but not the danger ceased. Thou from rough guardians to seducers gone, those made thy temper, these thy judgment known. Whilst thou the noblest champion wert for truth, whether we view thy courage or thy youth. If to foil nature and ambition claims greater reward than to encounter flames, all that shall know the story must allow a martyr's crown prepared for thy brow. But yet thou wert suspended from thy throne, till thy great brother had regained his own. Who though the bravest sufferer, yet even he could not at once have missed his crown and thee. But as commissioned angels make no stay, but having done their errand go their way, so thy part done, not thy restored state, the future splendour which did for thee wait, nor that thy prince and country must mourn for such a support and such a counsellor, could longer keep thee from that bliss, whence thou look'st down with pity on earth's monarchs now. Where thy capacious soul may quench her thirst, and younger brothers may inherit first. While on our King heaven does this care express, to make his comforts safe he makes them less. For this successful heathens used to say, it is too much, great gods, send some allay. 9. To Her Royal Highness the Duchess of York, on her commanding me to send her some things that I had written. To you whose dignity strikes us with awe, and whose far greater judgment gives us law, your mind being more transcendent than your state, for while but knees to this, heart bow to that. These humble papers never durst come near, had not your powerful word bid them appear. In such majesty, such sweetness dwells, as in one act obliges and compels. None can dispute commands vouchsafed by you. What shall my fears then and confusion do? They must resign, and by their just pretence some value set on my obedience. For in religious duties, 'tis confessed, the most implicit are accepted best. If on that score your highness will excuse this blushing tribute of an artless muse, She may, encouraged by your least regard, which first can worth create and then reward, at modest distance with improved strains that mercy celebrate which now she gains. But should you that severer justice use, which these too prompt approaches may produce, as the swift hind which hath escaped long, believes a vulgar shot would be a wrong, but wounded by a prince falls without shame, and what in life she loses, gains in fame. So if a ray from you chance to be sent, which to consume and not to warm is meant, my trembling muse at least more nobly dies, and falls by that a truer sacrifice. 10. On the death of the Queen of Bohemia. Although the most do with officious heat only adore the living and the great, yet this Queen's merits fame so far hath spread, that she rules still, though dispossessed and dead. For losing one, 2 other crowns remained, over all hearts and her own griefs she reigned. 2 thrones so splendid as to none are less, but to that third which she does now possess, her heart and birth Fortune so well did know, that seeking her own fame in such a foe, she dressed the spacious theatre for the fight, and the admiring world called to the sight. An army then of mighty sorrows brought, who all against this single virtue fought, and sometimes stratagems and sometimes blows to her heroic soul they did oppose. But at her feet their vain attempts did fall, and she discovered and subdued them all, till Fortune, weary of her malice grew, became her captive and her trophy too, and by too late a tribute begged have been, admitted subject to so brave a Queen. But as some hero, who a field hath won, viewing the things he had so greatly done, when by his spirit's flight he finds that he with his own life must buy his victory, he makes the slaughtered heap that next him lies his funeral pile, and then in triumph dies. So fell this royal dame, with conquerings spent, and left in every breast her monument, wherein so high an epitaph is writ, as I must never dare to copy it. But that bright angel which did on her wait, in 50 years' contention with her fate, and in that office did with wonder see how great her troubles, how much greater she, how she maintained her best prerogative, in keeping still the power to forgive, how high she did in her devotion go, and how her condescension stooped as low, with how much glory she had ever been, a daughter, sister, mother, wife, and queen, will sure employ some deathless muse to tell our children this instructive miracle, who may her sad illustrious life recite, and after all her wrongs may do her right. End of Part 1. Part 2 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 2. Poems 11 to 20. 11. On the 3rd of September, 1651. As when the glorious magazine of light approaches to his canopy of night, he with new splendour clothes his dying rays, and double brightness to his beams conveys, and, as to brave and check his ending fate, puts on his highest looks in's lowest estate, dressed in such terror as to make us all be anti-Persians and adore his fall, then quits the world depriving it of day, while every herb and plant does droop away. So when our gasping English royalty perceived her period was now drawing nigh, she summons her whole strength to give one blow, to raise herself or pull down others too. Big with revenge and hope she now spake more of terror than in many months before, and musters her attendants, or to save her from, or else attend her to, the grave, yet but enjoyed the miserable fate of setting majesty to die in state. Unhappy kings, who cannot keep a throne, nor be so fortunate to fall alone. Their weight sinks others. Pompey could not fly, but half the world must bear him company. And captive Samson could not life conclude, Unless attended with a multitude. Who'd trust to greatness now, whose food is air, Whose ruin sudden, and whose end despair? Who would presume upon his glorious birth, Or quarrel for a spacious share of earth, That sees such diadems become so cheap, And heroes tumble in a common heap? O give me virtue then which sums up all, And firmly stands when crowns and sceptres fall. 12. To the noble Palamon, on his incomparable discourse of friendship. We had been still undone, wrapped in disguise, Secure, not happy, cunning, and not wise. War had been our design, interest our trade. We had not dwelt in safety, but in shade. Hadst thou not hung our light more welcome far Than wandering seamen think the northern star, To show, lest we our happiness should miss, 'Tis placed in friendship, men's and angels' bliss. Friendship, which had a scorn or mask been made, And still had been derided or betrayed, At which the great physician still had laugh'd, The soldier storm'd, and the gallant scoff'd. Or worn not as a passion, but a plot, At first pretended, and at last forgot. Hadst thou not been her great deliverer, At first discovered, and then rescued her, And raising what rude malice had flung down, Unveil'd her face, and then restor'd her crown. By so august an action to convince, 'Tis greater to support than be a prince. O for a voice which loud as thunder were, That all mankind thy conquering truths might hear! Sure the litigious as amazed would stand, As fairy knights touched with Cambina's wand. Drawn by thy softer and yet stronger charms, Nations and armies would lay down their arms. And what more honour can on thee be hurl'd, Than to protect a virtue, save a world? But while great friendship thou hast copied out, Thou'st drawn thyself so well, that we may doubt Which most appears, thy candour or thy art, Whether we owe more to thy brain or heart. But this we know, without thy own consent, Thou'st raised thyself a glorious monument. Temples and statues time will eat away, And tombs like their inhabitants decay. But there Palamon lives, and so he must, When marbles crumble to forgotten dust. 13. To the Right Honourable Alice, Countess of Carbery, at her coming into Wales. As when the first day dawned, man's greedy eye Was apt to dwell on the bright prodigy, Till he might careless of his organ grow, And let his wonder prove his danger too. So when our country, which was deemed to be Close mourner in its own obscurity, And in neglected chaos so long lay, Was rescued by your beams into a day, Like men into a sudden lustre brought, We justly fear'd to gaze more than we ought. From hence it is you lose most of your right, Since none can pay it, nor durst do it if they might. Perfection's misery 'tis that art and wit, While they would honour, do but injure it. But as the Deity slights our expense, And loves devotion more than eloquence, So 'tis our confidence you are divine, Makes us at distance thus approach your shrine. And thus secured, to you who need no art, I that speak least, my wit may speak my heart. Then much above all zealous injury, Receive this tribute of our shades from me, While your great splendours, like eternal spring, To these sad groves such a refreshment bring, That the despised country may be grown, And justly too, the envy of the town. That so when all mankind at length have lost The virtuous grandeur which they once did boast, Of you like pilgrims they may here obtain Worth to recruit the dying world again. 14. To Sir Edward Dering, the noble Sylvander, on his dream and navy, personating Orinda's preferring Rosania before Solomon's traffic to Ophir. Then am I happier than is the king, My merchandise does no such danger bring. The fleet I traffic with fears no such harms, Sails in my sight and anchors in my arms. Each new and unperceived grace, Discovered in that mind and face, Each motion, smile, and look from thee, Brings pearls and Ophir gold to me. Thus far Sir Edward Dering. Sir, To be noble when 'twas voted down, to dare be good though a whole age should frown, to live within, and from that even state see all the underworld stoop to its fate, to give the law of honour and dispense all that is handsome, great, and worthy thence, are things at once your practice and your end, and which I dare admire but not commend. But since t'oblige the world is your delight, you must descend within our reach and sight. For so divinity must take disguise, lest mortals perish with the bright surprise. And thus your muse, which can enough reward all actions she vouchsafes but to regard, and honours gives than kings more permanent, above the reach of acts of parliament, may suffer an acknowledgment from me, for having thence received eternity. My thoughts with such advantage you express, I hardly know them in this charming dress. And had I more unkindness from my friend than my demerits e'er could apprehend, were the fleet courted with this gale of wind, I might be sure a rich return to find. So when the shepherd of his nymph complained, Apollo in his shape his mistress gained, she might have scorned the swain and found excuse, but could not his great orator refuse. But for Rosania's interest I should fear, it would be hard t'obtain your pardon here. But your first goodness will, I know, allow that what was bounty then is mercy now. Forgiveness is the noblest charity, and nothing can worthy your favour be. For you, godlike, are so much your own fate, that what you will accept you must create. 15. To Mr. Henry Lawes. Nature, which is the vast creation's soul, that steady curious agent in the whole, the art of heaven, the order of this frame, is only number in another name. For as some king conquering what was his own, hath choice of several titles to his crown, so harmony on this score now, that then, yet still is all that takes and governs men. Beauty is but composure, and we find content is but the concord of the mind. Friendship the unison of well-tuned hearts, honour the chorus of the noblest parts, and all the world on which we can reflect music to the ear or to the intellect. If then each man a little world must be, how many worlds are copied out in thee, who art so richly formed, so complete, t'epitomize all that is good and great, whose stars this brave advantage did impart, thy nature is as harmonious as thy heart. Thou dost above the poets praises live, who fetch from thee the eternity they give. And as true reason triumphs over sense, yet is subjected to intelligence, so poets on the lower world look down, but Lawes on them, his height is all his own. For like divinity itself, his lyre rewards the wit it did at first inspire, and thus by double right poets allow his and their laurel should adorn his brow. Live then, great soul of nature, to assuage the savage dullness of this sullen age. Charm us to sense, for though experience fail, and reason too, thy numbers may prevail. Then like those ancients, strike and so command all nature to obey thy generous hand. None will resist but such who needs will be more stupid than a stone, a fish, a tree. Be it thy care our age to new create. What built a world may sure repair a state. 16. A sea voyage from Tenby to Bristol, begun September 5th, 1652, sent from Bristol to Lucasia, September 8th, 1652. Hoise up the sail, cried they who understand no word that carries kindness for the land. Such sons of clamour, that I wonder not they love the sea, whom sure some storm begot. Had he who doubted motion these men seen, or heard their tongues, he had convinced been. For had our bark moved half as fast as they, we had not need cast anchor by the way. One of the rest pretending to more wit, some small Italian spoke, but murdered it. For I, thanks to Sabura's letters, knew how to distinguish twixt the false and true. But t'oppose these as mad a thing would be, as 'tis to contradict a presbytery. 'Tis Spanish though, quoth I, e'en what you please, for him that spoke it might be bread and cheese. So softly moves the bark which none controls, as are the meetings of agreeing souls. And the moonbeams did on the water play, as if at midnight 'twould create a day. The amorous wave that shared in such dispense expressed at once delight and reverence. Such trepidation we in lovers spy, under the oppression of a mistress' eye. But then the wind so high did rise and roar, some vowed they'd never trust the traitor more. Behold the fate that all our glories sweep, writ in the dangerous wonders of the deep. And yet behold man's easy folly more, how soon we curse what erst we did adore. Sure he that first himself did thus convey had some strong passion that he would obey. The bark wrought hard, but found it was in vain to make its party good against the main, tossed and retreated, till at last we see she must be fast if e'er she should be free. We gravely anchor cast, and patiently lie prisoners to the weather's cruelty. We had nor wind nor tide, nor aught but grief, till a kind spring tide was our first relief. Then we float merrily, forgetting quite the sad confinement of the stormy night. Ere we had lost those thoughts we ran aground, and then how vain to be secure we found. Now they were all surprised. Well, if we must, yet none shall say that dust is gone to dust. But we are off now, and the civil tide assisted us the tempest to outride. But what most pleased my mind upon the way was the ship's posture that in harbour lay, which to a rocky grove so close were fixed, that the trees' branches with the tackling mixed. One would have thought it was, as then it stood, a growing navy or a floating wood. But I have done at last, and do confess my voyage taught me so much tediousness. In short, the heavens must needs propitious be, because Lucasia was concerned in me. 17. Friendship's Mystery, to my dearest Lucasia. Come, my Lucasia, since we see that miracles men's faith do move, by wonder and by prodigy to the dull angry world let's prove there is a religion in our love. For though we were designed to agree, that fate no liberty destroys, but our election is as free as angels, who with greedy choice are yet determined to their joys. Our hearts are doubled by the loss, here mixture is addition grown, we both diffuse and both engross, and we whose minds are so much one, never yet ever are alone. We court our own captivity, than thrones more great and innocent. 'Twere banishment to be set free, since we wear fetters whose intent not bondage is, but ornament. Divided joys are tedious found, and griefs united easier grow. We are ourselves but by rebound, and all our titles shuffled so, both princes and both subjects too. Our hearts are mutual victims laid, while they, such power in friendship lies, are altars, priests, and offerings made, and each heart which thus kindly dies grows deathless by the sacrifice. 18. Content, to my dearest Lucasia. Content, the false world's best disguise, the search and faction of the wise, is so abstruse and hid in night, that like that fairy Red Cross Knight, who treacherous falsehood for clear truth had got, men think they have it when they have it not. For courts content would gladly own, but she ne'er dwelt about a throne, and to be flattered, rich and great, are things which do men's senses cheat. But grave experience long since this did see, ambition and content would ne'er agree. Some vainer would content expect from what their bright outsides reflect, but sure content is more divine than to be digged from rock or mine, and they that know her beauties will confess she needs no lustre from a glittering dress. In mirth some place her, but she scorns the assistance of such crackling thorns, nor owes herself to such thin sport, that is so sharp and yet so short. And painters tell us they the same strokes place, to make a laughing and a weeping face. Others there are that place content in liberty from government, but whomsoe'er passions deprave, though free from shackles, he's a slave. Content and bondage differ only then, when we are chained by vices, not by men. Some think the camp content does know, and that she sits o' the victor's brow, but in his laurel there is seen often a cypress brow between. nor will content herself in that place give, where noise and tumult and destruction live. But yet the most discreet believe the schools this jewel do receive, and thus far strew without dispute, knowledge is still the sweetest fruit. But whilst men seek for truth they lose their peace, and who heaps knowledge, sorrow doth increase. But now some sullen hermit smiles, and thinks he all the world beguiles, and that his cell and dish contain what all mankind wish for in vain. But yet his pleasure's followed with a groan, for man was never born to be alone. Content herself best comprehends betwixt two souls, and they two friends, whose either joys in both are fixed, and multiplied by being mixed, whose minds and interests are so the same, their griefs when once imparted lose that name. These far removed from all bold noise, and, what is worse, all hollow joys, who never had a mean design, whose flame is serious and divine, and calm and even must contented be, for they've both union and society. Then, my Lucasia, we who have whatever love can give or crave, who can with pitying scorn survey the trifles which the most betray, with innocence and perfect friendship fired, by virtue joined, and by our choice retired, whose mirrors are the crystal brooks, or else each other's hearts and looks, who cannot wish for other things than privacy and friendship brings, whose thoughts and persons changed and mixed are one, enjoy content, or else the world hath none. 19. A Dialogue of Absence twixt Lucasia and Orinda, set by Mr. Henry Lawes. Lucasia. Say, my Orinda, why so sad? Orinda. Absence from thee doth tear my heart, which since with thine it union had, each parting splits. Lucasia. And can we part? Orinda. Our bodies must. Lucasia. But never we, our souls without the help of sense, by ways more noble and more free, can meet and hold intelligence. Orinda. And yet those souls, when first they met, looked out at windows through the eyes. Lucasia. But soon did such acquaintance get, nor fate nor time can them surprise. Orinda. Absence will rob us of that bliss, to which this friendship title brings. Love's fruits and joys are made by this, useless as crowns to captive kings. Lucasia. Friendship's a science, and we know their contemplation's most employed. Orinda. Religion's so, but practised too, and both by niceties destroyed. Lucasia. But who ne'er parts can never meet, and so that happiness were lost. Orinda. Thus pain and death are sadly sweet, since health and heaven such price must cost. Chorus. But we shall come where no rude hand shall sever, and there we'll meet, and part no more for ever. 20. To my dear sister, Mrs. C. P., on her marriage. We will not like those men our offerings pay, who crown the cup, then think they crown the day. We make no garlands, nor an altar build, which help not joy, but ostentation yield. Where mirth is justly grounded, these wild toys are but a troublesome and empty noise. But these shall be my great solemnities, Orinda's wishes for Cassandra's bliss. May her content be as unmixed and pure as my affection, and like that endure. And that strong happiness may she still find, not owing to her fortune, but her mind. May her content and duty be the same, and may she know no grief but in the name. May his and her pleasure and love be so involved and growing, that we may not know, who most affection or most peace engrossed, whose love is strongest, or whose bliss is most. May nothing accidental e'er appear, but what shall with new bonds their souls endear. And may they count the hours as they pass, by their own joys, and not by sun or glass. While every day like this may sacred prove, to friendship, gratitude, and strictest love. End of Part 2. Part 3 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 3. Poems 21 to 30. 21. To Mr. Henry Vaughan, Silurist, on his Poems. Had I adored the multitude, and thence got an antipathy to wit and sense, and hugged that fate in hope the world would grant 'twas good affection to be ignorant, yet the least ray of thy bright fancy seen I had converted or excuseless been. For each birth of thy muse to after times shall expiate for all this age's crimes. First shines thy amoret, twice crowned by thee, once by thy love, next by thy poetry, where thou the best of unions dost dispense, truth clothed in wit, and love in innocence. So that the muddiest lovers may learn there, no fountains can be sweet that are not clear. There Juvenal, revived by thee, declares how flat man's joys are, and how mean his cares, and generously upbraids the world that they should such a value for their ruin pay. But when thy sacred muse diverts her quill, the landskip to designs of Leon's hill, as nothing else was worthy her or thee, so we admire almost to idolatry. What savage breast would not be rapt to find such jewels in such cabinets enshrined? Thou, filled with joys too great to see or count, descend'st from thence like Moses from the mount, and with a candid yet unquestioned awe restor'st the golden age when verse was law. Instructing us, thou so secur'st thy fame, that nothing can disturb it but my name. Nay, I have hopes that standing so near thine 'twill lose its dross, and by degrees refine. Live till the disabused world consent, all truths of use or strength or ornament are with such harmony by thee displayed, as the whole world was first by number made. And from the charming rigour thy muse brings, learn there's no pleasure but in serious things. 22. A Retired Friendship, to Ardelia. Come, my Ardelia, to this bower, where kindly mingling souls awhile, let's innocently spend an hour, and at all serious follies smile. Here is no quarrelling for crowns, nor fear of changes in our fate, no trembling at the Great One's frowns, nor any slavery of state. Here's no disguise nor treachery, nor any deep concealed design. From blood and plots this place is free, and calm as are those looks of thine. Here let us sit and bless our stars, who did such happy quiet give, as that removed from noise of wars, in one another's hearts we live. Why should we entertain a fear? Love cares not how the world is turned. If crowds of dangers should appear, yet friendship can be unconcerned. We wear about us such a charm, no horror can be our offence, for mischief's self can do no harm to friendship or to innocence. Let's mark how soon Apollo's beams command the flocks to quit their meat, and not entreat the neighbouring streams to quench their thirst, but cool their heat. In such a scorching age as this, who would not ever seek a shade, deserve their happiness to miss, as having their own peace betrayed? But we, of one another's mind assured, the boisterous world disdain. With quiet souls and unconfined enjoy what princes wish in vain. 23. To Mrs. Mary Carne, when Philaster courted her. As some great conqueror who knows no bounds, but hunting honour in 1,000 wounds, pursues his rage, and thinks that triumph cheap, that's but attended with the common heap, till his more happy fortune doth afford some royal captive that deserved his sword, and only now is of his laurel proud, thinking his dangerous valour well bestowed. But then retreats, and spending hate no more, thinks mercy now what courage was before. As cowardice in fight, so equally he doth abhor a bloody victory. So, madam, though your beauty were allowed to be severe unto the yielding crowd, that were subdued ere you an object knew, worthy your conquest and your mercy too, yet now 'tis gained, your victories complete, only your clemency should be as great. None will dispute the power of your eyes, that understands Philaster is their prize. Hope not your glory can have new access, for all your future trophies will grow less, and with that homage be you satisfied from him that conquers all the world beside. Nor let your rigour now the triumph blot, and lose the honour which your beauty got. Be just and kind unto your peace and fame, in being so to him, for they're the same. And live and die at once, if you would be nobly transmitted to posterity. Take heed, lest in the story they peruse a murder which no language can excuse, but wisely spare the trouble of one frown. Give him his happiness, and know your own. Thus shall you be as honour's self esteemed, who have one sex obliged, your own redeemed. Thus the religion due unto your shrine shall be as universal, as divine, and that devotion shall this blessing gain, which law and reason do attempt in vain. The world shall join maintaining but one strife, who shall most thank you for Philaster's life. 24. To Mr. J. B., the noble Cratander, upon a composition of his which he was not willing to own publicly. As when some injured prince assumes disguise, and strives to make his carriage sympathize, yet hath a great becoming mien and air, which speaks him royal spite of all his care, so the issues of thy soul can ne'er be hid, and the sun's force may be as soon forbid as thine obscured. There is no shade so great through which it will not dart forth light and heat. Thus we discover thee by thy own day, against thy will snatching the cloud away. Now the peace shines, and though we will not say Parents can souls as taper lights convey, yet we must grant thy soul transmitted here in beams almost as lasting and as clear. And that's our highest praise, for but thy mind, thy works could never a resemblance find. That mind whose search can Nature's secret hand at one great stroke discover and command, which cleareth times and things, before whose eyes nor men nor notions dare put on disguise. And were all authors now as much forgot as prosperous Ignorance herself would plot, had we the rich supplies of thy own breast, the knowing world would never miss the rest. Men did before from Ignorance take their fame, but Learning's self is honoured by thy name. Thou studiest not belief to introduce of novelties more fit for show than use, but think'st it nobler charity to uphold the credit and the beauty of the old, and with one hand canst easily support Learning and law, a temple and a court. And this secures me, for as we below valleys from hills, houses from churches know, but to their fight who stand extremely high, these forms will have one flat equality. So from a lower soul I well might fear a critic's censure when surveyed too near, but not from him who placed above the best, lives in a height which levels all the rest. 25. To the excellent Mrs. Anne Owen, upon her receiving the name of Lucasia, and adoption into our society, December 28th, 1651. We are complete, and fate hath now no greater blessing to bestow. Nay, the dull world must now confess we have all worth, all happiness. Annals of state are trifles to our fame, now 'tis made sacred by Lucasia's name. But as though through a burning glass the sun more vigorous doth pass, yet still with general freedom shines, for that contracts but not confines, so though by this her beams are fixed here, yet she diffuses glory everywhere. Her mind is so entirely bright, the splendour would but wound our sight, and must to some disguise submit, or we could never worship it. And we by this relation are allowed lustre enough to be Lucasia's cloud. Nations will own us now to be a temple of divinity, and pilgrims shall 10 ages hence approach our tombs with reverence. May then that time which did such bliss convey be kept by us perpetual holy day. 26. To the truly noble Mrs. Anne Owen, on my first approaches. Madam, as in a triumph conquerors admit their meanest captives to attend on it, who, though unworthy, have the power confessed and justified the yielding of the rest, so when the busy world, in hope to excuse their own surprise, your conquest do peruse, and find my name, they will be apt to say your charms were blinded, or else thrown away. There is no honour got in gaining me, who am a prize not worth your victory. But this will clear you, that 'tis general, the worst applaud what is admired by all. But I have plots in't, for the way to be secure of fame to all posterity, is to obtain the honour I pursue, to tell the world I was subdued by you. And since in you all wonders common are, your votaries may in your virtues share, while you by noble magic worth impart, she that can conquer can reclaim a heart. Of this creation I shall not despair, since for your own sake it concerns your care. For 'tis more honour than the world should know, you made a noble soul, than found it so. 27. Lucasia. Not to oblige Lucasia by my voice, to boast my fate or justify my choice, is this designed, but pity does engage my pen to rescue the declining age. For since 'tis grown in fashion to be bad, and to be vain or angry, proud or mad, while in their vices only men agree, is thought the only modern gallantry. How would some brave examples check the crimes, and both reproach and yet reform the times? Nor can morality itself reclaim the apostate world like my Lucasia's name. Lucasia, whose rich soul, had it been known, in that time the ancients called the Golden One, when innocence and greatness were the same, and men no battles knew but in a game, choosing what nature, not what art, prefers. Poets were judges, kings philosophers. Even then from her the wise would copies draw, and she to the infant world had given a law. That souls were made of number could not be an observation, but a prophecy. It meant Lucasia, whose harmonious state the spheres and muses only imitate. But as then music is best understood when every chord's examined and found good, so what in others judgment is and will, in her is the same even reasoned still. And as some colour various seems, but yet 'tis but our difference in considering it, so she now light and then does light dispense, but is one shining orb of excellence. And that so piercing when she judgment takes, she doth not search but intuition makes. And her discoveries more easy are than Caesar's conquest in his Pontic war. As bright and vigorous her beams are pure, and in their own rich candour so secure, that had she lived where legends were devised, Rome had been just, and she been canonized. Nay, innocence herself less clear must be, if innocence be anything but she. For virtue so congenial to her mind, that liquid things or friends are less combined. So that in her that sage his wish had seen, and virtue's self had personated been. Now as distilled simples do agree, and in th' alembic lose variety, so virtue, though in pieces scattered 'twas, is by her mind made one rich useful mass. Nor doth discretion put religion down, nor hasty zeal usurp the judgment's crown. Wisdom and friendship have one single throne, and make another friendship of their own. Each several piece darts such fierce pleasing rays, poetic lovers would but wrong in praise. All hath proportion, all hath comeliness, and her humility alone excess. Her modesty doth wrong a worth so great, which calumny herself would noblier treat. While true to friendship and to nature's trust, to her own merits only she's unjust. But as divinity we best declare by sounds as broken as our notions are, so to acknowledge such vast eminence, imperfect wonder is our eloquence. No pen Lucasia's glories can relate, but they admire best who dare imitate. 28. Wiston Vault. And why this vault and tomb? Alike we must put off distinction and put on our dust. Nor can the stateliest fabric help to save from the corruptions of a common grave, nor for the resurrection more prepare than if the dust were scattered into air. What then? The ambition's just, say some, that we may thus perpetuate our memory. Ah, false vain task of art! Ah, poor weak man! Whose monument does more than's merit can, who by his friends' best care and love's abused, and in his very epitaph accused. For did they not suspect his name would fall, there would not need an epitaph at all. But after death, too, I would be alive, and shall, if my Lucasia do, survive. I quit these pomps of death, and am content, having her heart to be my monument. Though ne'er stone to me, 'twill stone for me prove, by the peculiar miracles of love. There I'll inscription have which no tomb gives, not "Here Orinda lies," but "Here she lives." 29. Friendship in Emblem, or the Seal. To my dearest Lucasia. The hearts thus intermixed speak a love that no bold shock can break. For joined and growing both in one, none can be disturbed alone. That means a mutual knowledge too, for what is't either heart can do, which by its panting sentinel it does not to the other tell? That friendship hearts so much refines, it nothing but itself designs. The hearts are free from lower ends, for each point to the other tends. They flame, 'tis true, and several ways, but still those flames do so much raise, that while to either they incline, they yet are noble and divine. From smoke or hurt those flames are free, from grossness or mortality. The heart, like Moses' bush presumed, warmed and enlightened, not consumed. The compasses that stand above express this great immortal love, for friends like them can prove this true, they are and yet they are not two. And in their posture is expressed friendship's exalted interest. Each follows where the other leans, and what each does, this other means. And as when one foot doth stand fast, and t'other circles seek to cast, the steady part does regulate, and make the wanderer's motion straight, so friends are only two in this, to reclaim each other when they miss. For whosoe'er will grossly fall, can never be a friend at all. And as that useful instrument for even lines was ever meant, so friendship from good angels springs, to teach the world heroic things. As these are found out in design to rule and measure every line, so friendship governs actions best, prescribing unto all the rest. And as in nature nothing's set, so just as lines in number met, so compass for these being made, do friendship's harmony persuade. And like to them, so friends may own extension, not division, their points like bodies separate, but heads like souls knows no such fate. And as each part so well is knit, that their embraces ever fit, so friends are such by destiny, and no third can the place supply. There needs no motto to the seal, but that we may the mind reveal to the dull eye, it was thought fit that friendship only should be writ. But as there are degrees of bliss, so there's no friendship meant by this, but such as will transmit to fame Lucasia and Orinda's name. 30. In memory of F.P., who died at Acton on the 24th of May, 1660, at 12½ of age. If I could ever write a lasting verse, it should be laid, dear saint, upon thy hearse. But sorrow is no muse, and does confess that it least can what it would most express. Yet that I may some bounds to grief allow, I'll try if I can weep in numbers now. Ah, beauteous blossom, too untimely dead! Whither, ah, whither is thy sweetness fled? Where are the charms that always did arise from the prevailing language of thy eyes? Where is thy beauteous and lovely mien, and all the wonders that in thee were seen? Alas! In vain on thee I rave, there is no pity in the stupid grave. But so the bankrupt sitting on the brim of those fierce billows which had ruined him, begs for his lost estate, and does complain to the inexorable floods in vain, as well we may inquire when roses die, to what retirement their sweet odours fly, whither their virtues and their blushes haste, when the short triumph of their life is past, or call their perishing beauties back with tears, as add one moment to thy finished years. No, thou art gone, and thy presaging mind so thriftily thy early hours designed, that hasty death was baffled in his pride, since nothing of thee but thy body died. Thy soul was up betimes, and so concerned to grasp all excellence that could be learned, that finding nothing fill her thirsting here, to the spring head she went to quench it there, and so prepared that being freed from sin, she quickly might become a cherubin. Thou wert all soul, and through thy eyes it shined. Ashamed and angry to be so confined, it longed to be uncaged, and thither flown, where it might know as clearly as 'twas known. In these vast hopes we might thy change have found, but that heaven blinds whom it decrees to wound. For parts so soon at so sublime a pitch, a judgment so mature, fancy so rich, never appear unto thankful men, but as a vision to be hid again. So glorious scenes in masks spectators view, with the short pleasure of an hour or two. But that once past, the ornaments are gone, the lights extinguished, and the curtains drawn. Yet all these gifts were thy less noble part, not was thy head so worthy as thy heart, where the divine impression shined so clear, as snatched thee hence, and yet endeared thee here. For what in thee did most command our love, was both the cause and sign of thy remove. Such fools are we, so fatally we choose, that what we most would keep, we soonest lose. The humble greatness of thy pious thought, sweetness unforced, and bashfulness untaught, the native candour of thine open breast, and all the beams wherein thy worth was dressed, thy wit so bright, so piercing and immense, adorned with wise and lovely innocence, might have foretold thou wert not so complete, but that our joy might be as short as great. So the poor swain beholds his ripened corn by some rough wind without a sickle torn. Never, ah, never let sad parents guess at one remove of future happiness, but reckon children 'mong those passing joys, which hour one gives, and the next hour destroys. Alas, we were secure of our content, but find too late that it was only lent, to be a mirror wherein we may see how frail we are, how spotless we should be. But if to thy blessed soul my grief appears, forgive and pity these injurious tears. Impute them to affection's sad excess, which will not yield to nature's tenderness. Since 'twas through dearest ties and highest trust, continued from thy cradle to thy dust, and so rewarded and confirmed by thine, that woe is me, I thought thee too much mine. But I'll resign, and follow thee as fast as my unhappy minutes will make haste, till when the fresh remembrances of thee shall be my emblems of mortality, for such a loss as this, bright soul, is not ever to be repaired or forgot. End of Part 3. Part 4 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 4. Poems 31 to 40. 31. In memory of that excellent person, Mrs. Mary Lloyd of Bodidrist, in Denbighshire, who died November 13th, 1656, after she came thither from Pembrokeshire. I cannot hold, for though to write were rude, yet to be silent were ingratitude, and folly too, for if posterity should never hear of such an one as thee, and only know this age's brutish fame, they would think virtue nothing but a name. And though far abler pens must her define, yet her adoption hath engaged mine. And I must own where merit shines so clear, 'tis hard to write, but harder to forbear. Sprung from an ancient and an honour'd stem, Who lent her lustre, and she paid it them. Who still in great and noble things appear'd, Whom all their country loved, and yet they fear'd. Match'd to another good and great as they, Who did their country both oblige and sway. Behold herself, who had without dispute More than both families could contribute. What earthly beauty grief and age had broke, Her lovely relics and her offspring spoke. She was by nature and her parents' care A woman long before most others are. But yet that antedated season she Improved to virtue, not to liberty. For she was still in either state of life Meek as a virgin, prudent as a wife. And she well knew, although so young and fair, Justly to mix obedience, love, and care. Whilst to her children she did still appear So wisely kind, so tenderly severe, That they from her rule and example brought A native honour, which she stamp'd and taught. Nor can a single pen enough commend So kind a sister, and so clear a friend. A wisdom from above did her secure, Which as 'twas peaceable, was ever pure. And if well order'd commonwealths must be Patterns for every private family, Her house, rul'd by her hand and by her eye, Might be a pattern for a monarchy. Solomon's wisest woman less could do. She built her house, but this preserved hers too. She was so pious that when she did die, She scarce changed place, I'm sure not company. Her zeal was primitive and practice too. She did believe, and pray, and read, and do. A firm and equal soul she had engross'd, Just even to those that disobliged her most. She grew to love those wrongs she did receive, For giving her the power to forgive. Her alms I may admire, but not relate, But her own works shall praise her in the gate. Her life was chequer'd with afflictive years, And even her comforts season'd in her tears. Scarce for a husband's loss her eyes were dried, And that loss by her children half supplied, When Heaven was pleased not these dear props t' afford, But tore most off by sickness or by sword. She who in them could still their father boast, Was a fresh widow every son she lost. Litigious hands did her of right deprive, That after all 'twas penance to survive. She still these griefs had nobly undergone, Which few support at all, but better none. Such a submissive greatness who can find? A tender heart with so resolv'd a mind. But she, though sensible, was still the same, Of a resigned soul, untainted fame. Nor were her virtues coarsely set, for she Outdid example in civility. To bestow blessings, to oblige, relieve, Was all for which she could endure to live. She had a joy higher in doing good, Than they to whom the benefit accrued. Though none of honour had a quicker sense, Never had woman more of complacence. Yet lost it not in empty forms, but still Her nature noble was, her soul genteel. And as in youth she did attract, for she The verdure had without the vanity, So she in age was mild and grave to all, Was not morose, but was majestical. Thus from all other women she had skill To draw their good, but nothing of their ill. And since she knew the mad tumultuous world Saw crowns revers'd, temples to ruin hurl'd, She in retirement chose to shine and burn, As a bright lamp shut in some Roman urn. At last, when spent with sickness, grief, and age, Her guardian angel did her death presage. So that by strong impulse she cheerfully Dispensed blessings, and went home to die, That so she might, when to that place remov'd, Marry his ashes whom she ever lov'd. She died, gain'd a reward, and paid a debt The sun himself did never brighter set. Happy were they that knew her, and her end More happy they that did from her descend. A double blessing they may hope to have, Once she convey'd to them, and one she gave. All that are hers are therefore sure to be Bless'd by inheritance and legacy. A royal birth had less advantage been, 'Tis more to die a saint than live a queen. 32. To the truly competent Judge of Honour, Lucasia, upon a scandalous libel made by J. J. Honour, which differs man from man much more Than reason differed him from beasts before, Suffers this common fate of all things good, By the blind world to be misunderstood. For as some heathens did their gods confine, While in a bird or beast they made their shrine, Deposed their deities to earth, and then Offered them rites that were too low for men: So those who most to honour sacrifice, Prescribe to her a mean and weak disguise, Imprison her to others' false applause, And from opinion do receive their laws: While that inconstant idol they implore, Which in one breath can murder and adore. From hence it is that those who honour court, And place her in a popular report, Do prostitute themselves to sordid fate, And from their being oft degenerate. And thus their tenets too are low and bad, As if 'twere honourable to be mad. Or that their honour had concerned been, But to conceal, not to forbear, a sin. But honour is more great and more sublime, Above the battery of fate or time. We see in beauty certain airs are found, Which not one grace can make, but all compound. Honour's to the mind as beauty to the sense, The fair result of mixed excellence. As many diamonds together lie, And dart one lustre to amaze the eye, So honour is that bright ethereal ray, Which many stars doth in one light display. But as that beauty were as truly sweet, Were there no tongue to praise, no eye to see it, And 'tis the privilege of a native spark, To shed a constant splendour in the dark. So honour is its own reward and end, And satisfied within cannot descend To beg the suffrage of a vulgar tongue, Which by commending virtue doth it wrong. It is the charter of a noble action, That the performance giveth satisfaction. Other things are below it, for from a clown Would any conqueror receive his crown? 'Tis restless cowardice to be a drudge To an uncertain and unworthy judge. So the chameleon, who lives on air, Is of all creatures most inclined to fear. But peaceable reflections on the mind Will in a silent shade contentment find. Honour keeps court at home, and doth not fear To be condemned abroad if quitted there. While I have this retreat, 'tis not the noise Of slander, though believed, can wrong my joys. There is advantage in't, for gold uncoined Had been unuseful, not with glory shined. This stamped my innocency in the ore, Which was as much, but not so bright, before. Till an alembic wakes and outward draws, The strength of sweets lies sleeping in their cause. So this gave me an opportunity To feed upon my own integrity. And though their judgment I must still disclaim, Who can nor give nor take away of fame, Yet I'll appeal unto the knowing few, Who dare be just, and rip my heart to you. 33. To Antenor, on a paper of mine Which J. threatens to publish to prejudice him. Must then my crimes become thy scandal too? Why sure the devil hath not much to do. The weakness of the other charge is clear, When such a trifle must bring up the rear. But this is mad design, for who before Lost his repute upon another's score? My love and life I must confess are thine, But not my errors, they are only mine. And if my faults must be for thine allowed, It will be hard to dissipate the cloud. For Eve's rebellion did not Adam blast, Until himself forbidden fruit did taste. 'Tis possible this magazine of hell, Whose name would turn a verse into a spell, Whose mischief is congenial to his life, May yet enjoy an honourable wife. Nor let his ill be reckoned as her blame, Nor yet my follies blast Antenor's name. But if those lines of punishment could call, Lasting and great as this dark lantern's gall, Alone I'd court the torments with content, To testify that thou art innocent. So if my ink through malice proved a stain, My blood should justly wash it off again. But since that mint of slander could invent To make so dull a rhyme his instrument, Let verse revenge the quarrel. But he's worse than wishes, and below a poet's curse. And more than this wit knows not how to give, Let him be still himself, and let him live. 34. Rosania shadowed whilst Mrs. Mary Awbrey. If any could my dear Rosania hate, They only should her character relate. Truth shined so bright there, that an enemy would be a better orator than I. Love stifles language, and I must confess I had said more if I had loved less. Yet the most critical who that face see will ne'er suspect a partiality. Others by time and by degrees persuade, but her first look doth every heart invade. She hath a face so eminently bright, would make a lover of an anchorite, a face where conquest mixed with modesty are both completed in divinity. Not her least glance but sets a heart on fire, and checks it if it should too much aspire. Such is the magic of her looks, the same beam doth both kindle and refine our flame. If she doth smile, no painter e'er would take another rule when he would mercy make. And heaven to her such splendour hath allowed, that no one posture can her beauty cloud. For if she frown, none but would fancy then justice descended here to punish men. Her common looks I know not how to call any one grace, they are composed of all. And if we mortals could the doctrine reach, her eyes have language, and her looks do teach. And as in palaces the outmost worst, rooms entertain our wonder at the first, but once within the presence chamber door, we do despise whate'er we saw before. So when you with her mind acquaintance get, you'll hardly think upon the cabinet. Her soul, that ray shot from the Deity, doth still preserve its native purity, which earth can neither threaten nor allure, nor by false joys defile it or obscure. The innocence which in her heart doth dwell, angels themselves can only parallel. More gently soft than is an evening shower, and in that sweetness there is couched a power, which scorning pride doth think it very hard that modesty should need so mean a guard. Her honour is protected by her eyes, as the old flaming sword kept Paradise. Such constancy of temper, truth and law, guides all her actions, that the world may draw from her one soul the noblest precedent of the most safe, wise, virtuous government. And as the highest element is clear from all the tempests which disturb the air, so she above the world and its rude noise, above our storms a quiet calm enjoys. Transcendent things her noble thoughts sublime, above the faults and trifles of the time. Unlike those gallants which take far less care to have their souls than make their bodies fair. Who, sick with too much leisure, time do pass With these two books, Pride and a Looking glass. Plot to surprise men's hearts, their power to try, and call that love which is mere vanity. But she, although the greatest murderer, for every glance commits a massacre, yet glories not that slaves her power confess, but wishes that her monarchy were less. And if she love, it is not thrown away, as many do only to spend the day. But hers is serious, and enough alone to make all love become religion. And to her friendship she so faithful is, that 'tis her only blot and prejudice. For envy's self could never error see, within that soul bating her love to me. Now as I must confess the name of friend to her that all the world doth comprehend, is a most wild ambition, so for me to draw her picture is flat lunacy. Oh, I must think the rest, for who can write, or into words confine, what's infinite? 35. To the Queen of Inconstancy, Regina Collier, in Antwerp. Unworthy, since thou hast decreed thy love and honour both shall bleed, my friendship could not choose to die in better time or company. What thou hast got by this exchange thou wilt perceive when the revenge shall by those treacheries be made, for which our faith thou hast betrayed. When thy idolaters shall be true to themselves and false to thee, thou'lt see that in heart merchandise, value, not number, makes the price. Live to that day, my innocence shall be my friendship's just defence. For this is all the world can find, while thou wert noble, I was kind. The desperate game that thou dost play at private ruins cannot stay, the horrid treachery of that face will sure undo its native place. Then let the Frenchman never fear the victory while thou art there, for if sins will call judgments down, thou hast enough to stock the town. 36. To my excellent Lucasia, on our friendship. I did not live until this time crowned my felicity, when I could say without a crime, I am not thine, but thee. This carcass breathed, and walked, and slept, so that the world believed there was a soul the motions kept, but they were all deceived. For as a watch by art is wound to motion, such was mine. But never had Orinda found a soul till she found thine, which now inspires, cures, and supplies, and guides my darkened breast. For thou art all that I can prize, my joy, my life, my rest. No bridegroom's nor crown conqueror's mirth to mine compared can be. They have but pieces of this earth, I've all the world in thee. Then let our flames still light and shine, and no false fear control, as innocent as our design, immortal as our soul. 37. Rosania's private marriage. It was a wise and kind design of fate, that none should this day's glory celebrate. For 'twere in vain to keep a time which is above the reach of all solemnities. The greatest actions pass without a noise, and tumults but profane diviner joys. Silence with things transcendent nearest suits, the greatest emperors are served by mutes. And as in ancient time the deities to their own priests revealed no mysteries, until they were from all the world retired, and in some cave made fit to be inspired, so when Rosania, who hath them outvied, and with more justice might be deified, who if she had their rites and altars we should hardly think it were idolatry, had found a breast that did deserve to be receptacle of her divinity, it was not fit the gazing world should know when she conveyed herself to him, or how. An eagle safely may behold the sun, when weak eyes are with too much light undone. Now, as in oracles were understood, not the priests only, but the common good, so her great soul would not imparted be, but in design of general charity. She now is more diffusive than before, and what men then admired, they now adore. For this exchange makes not her power less, but only fitter for the world's address. May then that mind, which if we will admit the universe one soul must sure be it, inform this all, which till she shined out, lay as drowsy men do in a cloudy day, and honour, virtue, reason so dispense, that all may owe them to her influence. And while this age is thus employed, may she scatter new blessings for posterity. I dare not any other wish prefer, for only her bestowing adds to her. And to a soul so in herself complete as would be wronged by any epithet, whose splendours fixed unto her chosen sphere, and filled with love and satisfaction there, what can increase the triumph, but to see the world her convert and her history. 38. Injuria amicitiae. Lovely apostate, what was my offence? Or am I punished for obedience? Must thy strange rigour find as strange a time? The act and season are an equal crime. Of what thy most ingenious scorns could do, must I be subject and spectator too? Or were the sufferings and sins too few to be sustained by me, performed by you? Unless, with Nero, your uncurbed desire be to survey the Rome you set on fire. While wounded for and by your power, I at once your martyr and your prospect die. This is my doom, and such a riddling fate as all impossibles doth complicate. For obligation here is injury, constancy, crime, friendship, a heresy. And you appear so much on ruin bent, your own destruction gives you now content. For our twin spirits did so long agree, you must undo yourself to ruin me. And like some frantic goddess you're inclined to raise the temple where you are enshrined. And what's the miracle of cruelty, kill that which gave you immortality? While glorious friendship, whence your honour springs, lies gasping in the crowd of common things. And I'm so odious, that for being kind, doubled and studied murders are designed. Thy sins all paradox, for shouldst thou be thyself again, thou wouldst be severe to me. For thy repentance coming now so late would only change and not relieve my fate. So dangerous is the consequence of ill, thy least of crimes is to be cruel still. For of thy smiles I should yet more complain, if I should live to be betrayed again. Live then, fair tyrant, in security, from both my kindness and revenge be free. While I, who to the swains had sung thy fame, and taught each echo to repeat thy name, will now my private sorrow entertain, to rocks and rivers, not to thee complain. And though before our union cherish'd me, 'tis now my pleasure that we disagree. For from my passion your last rigour grew, and you kill'd me because I worshipped you. But my worst vows shall be your happiness, and not to be disturbed by my distress. And though it would my sacred flames pollute, to make my heart a scorned prostitute, yet I'll adore the author of my death, and kiss the hand that robs me of my breath. 39. To Regina Collier, on her cruelty to Philaster. Triumphant Queen of scorn! How ill doth sit in all that sweetness such injurious wit! Unjust and cruel! What can be your prize, to make one heart a double sacrifice? Where such ingenious rigour you do show, to break his heart, you break his image too. And by a tyranny that's strange and new, you murder him because he worships you. No pride can raise you, or can make him start, since love and honour do enrich his heart. Be wise and good, lest when fate will be just, she should o'erthrow those glories in the dust. Rifle your beauties, and you thus forlorn, make a cheap victim to another's scorn. And in those fetters which you do upbraid, yourself a wretched captive may be made. Redeem the poisoned age, let it be seen, there's no such freedom as to serve a queen. But you, I see, are lately Roundhead grown, and whom you vanquish you insult upon. 40. To Philaster, on his melancholy for Regina. Give over now thy tears, thou vain and double murderer, for every minute of thy pain wounds both thyself and her. Then leave this dulness, for 'tis our belief, thy Queen must cure, or deserve, thy grief. End of Part 4. Part 5 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 5. Poems 41 to 50. 41. Philoclea's Parting. Kinder than a condemned man's reprieve was your dear company that bade me live. When by Rosania's silence I had been the wretchedest martyr any age hath seen. But as when traitors faint upon the rack, tormentors strive to call their spirits back, not out of kindness to preserve their breath, but to increase the torments of their death, so was I raised to this glorious state, to make my fall the more unfortunate. But this I know, none ever died before upon a sadder or a nobler score. 42. To Rosania, now Mrs. Montague, being with her. As men that are with visions graced must have all other thoughts displaced, and by those short descents of light with loss of sense or spirit's flight, so since thou wert my happiness, I could not hope the rate was less, and thus the vision which I gain is short t'enjoy, and hard t'attain. Ah then, what a poor trifle's all that thing which here we pleasure call, since what our very souls hath cost is hardly got and quickly lost. Yet is there justice in the fate, for should we dwell in blest estate, our joys thereby would so inflame, we should forget from whence we came. If this so sad a doom can quit me for the follies I commit, Let no estrangement on thy part add a new ruin to my heart. When on myself I do reflect, I can no smile from thee expect. But if thy kindness hath no plea, some freedom grant for charity. Else the just world must needs deny our friendship and eternity. This love will ne'er that title hold, for mine's too hot, and thine too cold. Divided rivers lose their name, and so our too unequal flame Parted will passion be in me, and an indifference in thee. Thy absence I could easier find, provided thou wert well and kind. Than such a presence as is this, made up of snatches of my bliss. So when the earth long gasps for rain, if she at last some few drops gain, she is more parched than at first, that small recruit increased the thirst. 43. To my Lucasia. Let dull philosophers enquire no more In nature's womb, or causes strive t' explore, By what strange harmony and course of things Each body to the whole a tribute brings. What secret unions secret neighbourings make, And of each other how they do partake. These are but low experiments, but he That nature's harmony entire would see, Must search agreeing souls, sit down and view How sweet the mixture is, how full, how true, By what soft touches spirits greet and kiss, And in each other can complete their bliss. A wonder so sublime, it will admit No rude spectator to contemplate it. The object will refine, and he that can Friendship revere must be a noble man. How much above the common rate of things Must they then be, from whom this union springs? But what's all this to me, who live to be Disprover of my own mortality? And he that knew my unimproved soul Would say I meant all friendship to control. But bodies move in time, and so must minds, And though the attempt no easy progress finds, Yet quit me not, lest I should desperate grow, And to such friendship add some patience now. O may good Heaven but so much virtue lend, To make me fit to be Lucasia's friend. But I'll forsake myself, and seek a new self In her breast that's far more rich and true. Thus the poor bee unmarked doth hum and fly, And droned with age would unregarded die, Unless some lucky drop of precious gum Do bless the insect with an amber tomb. Then glorious in its funeral the bee Gets eminence and gets eternity. 44. On controversies in Religion. Religion, which true policy befriends, Designed by God to serve man's noblest ends, Is by that old deceiver's subtle play Made the chief party in its own decay, And meets that eagle's destiny, whose breast Felt the same shaft which his own feathers dress'd. For that great enemy of souls perceived, The notion of a deity was weaved So closely in man's soul, to ruin that He must at once the world depopulate. But as those tyrants who their wills pursue, If they expound old laws need make no new, So he advantage takes of nature's light, And raises that to a bare useless height. Or while we seek for truth, he in the quest Mixes a passion or an interest, To make us lose it, that I know not how, 'Tis not our practice, but our quarrel now. As in the moon's eclipse some pagans thought Their barbarous clamours her deliverance wrought. So we suppose that truth oppressed lies, And needs a rescue by our enmities. But 'tis injustice, and the mind's disease, To think of gaining truth by losing peace. Knowledge and love, if true, do still unite, God's love and knowledge are both infinite. And though indeed truth does delight to lie At some remoteness from a common eye, Yet 'tis not in a thunder or a noise, But in soft whispers and the stiller voice. Why should we then knowledge so rudely treat, Making our weapon what was meant our meat? 'Tis ignorance that makes us quarrel so, The soul that's dark will be contracted too. Chimeras make a noise, swelling and vain, And soon resolve to their own smoke again. But a true light the spirit doth dilate, And robs it of its proud and sullen state. Makes love admired because 'tis understood, And makes us wise because it makes us good. 'Tis to a right prospect of things that we owe our uprightness and our charity. For who resists a beam when shining bright, Is not a sinner of a common height. That states a forfeiture and helps are spent, Not more a sin than 'tis a punishment. The soul which sees things in their native frame, Without opinion's mask or custom's name, Cannot be clogg'd to sense, or count that high Which hath its estimation from a lie. Mean sordid things, which by mistake we prize, And absent covet, but enjoy'd despise. But scorning these hath robb'd them of their art, Either to swell or to subdue the heart, And learn'd that generous frame to be above The world in hopes, below it all in love. Touch'd with divine and inward life doth run, Not resting till it hath its centre won. Moves steadily until it safe doth lie I' the root of all its immortality. And resting here hath yet activity To grow more like unto the Deity, Good, universal, wise, and just as He, The same in kind, though diff'ring in degree, Till at the last 'tis swallow'd up and grown With God, and with the whole creation one. Itself so small a part i' the whole is lost, And generals have particulars engross'd, That dark contracted personality, Like mists before the sun, will from it fly. And then the soul, one shining sphere, At length with true love's wisdom fill'd and purged strength, Beholds her highest good with open face, And like him all the world she can embrace. 45. To the Honour'd Lady E.C. Madam, I do not write to you that men may know How much I'm honour'd that I may do so, Nor hope, though I your rich example give, To write with more success than I can live, To cure the age, nor think I can be just Who only dare to write because I must. I'm full of you, and something must express To vent my wonder and your power confess. Had I ne'er heard of your illustrious name, Nor known the Scotch or English ancient fame, Yet if your glorious frame did but appear, I could have soon read all your grandeur there. I could have seen in each majestic ray What greatness ancestors could e'er convey, And in the lustre of your eyes alone, How near you were allied to the throne. Which yet doth lessen you who cannot need Those bright advantages which you exceed. For you are such that your descent from kings Receives more honour from you than it brings. As much above their glories as our toil, A court to you were but a handsome soil. And if we name the stock on which you grew, 'Tis rather to do right to it than you. For those that would your greatest splendour see, Must read your soul more than your pedigree. For as the sacred temple had without Beauty to feed those eyes that gazed about, And yet had riches, state, and wonder more, For those that stood within the shining door. But in the holy place the admitted view, Lustre received and inspiration too. So though your glories in your face be seen, And so much bright instruction in your mien, You are not known but where you will impart The treasures of your more illustrious heart. Religion all her odours sheds on you, Who by obeying vindicate her too. For that rich beam of heaven was almost In nice disputes and false pretences lost, So doubly injur'd she could scarce subsist Betwixt the hypocrite and casuist. Till you by great example did convince us Of her nature and her residence, And chose to show her face and ease her grief, Less by your arguments than by your life, Which if it should be copied out, would be A solid body of divinity. Your principle and practice light would give, What we should do and what we should believe. For the extensive knowledge you profess, You do acquire with more ease than confess. And as by you knowledge has thus obtained To be refined and then to be explained, So in return she useful is to you, In practice and in contemplation too. For by the various succours she hath lent, You act with judgment and think with content. Yet those vast parts with such a temper meet, That you can lay them at Religion's feet. Nor is it half so bold as it is true, That Virtue is herself obliged to you. For being dress'd in your subduing charms, She conquers more than did the Roman arms. We see in you how much that malice lied, That stuck on goodness any sullen pride, And that the harshness some professors wear False to their own, and not Religion's share. But your bright sweetness, if it but appear, Reclaims the bad, and softens the austere. Men talked of honour too, but could not tell What was the secret of that active spell. That beauteous mantle they to divers lent, Yet wonder'd what the mighty Nothing meant. Some did confine her to a worthy fame, And some to royal parents gave her name. You having claim unto her either way, By what a King could give, a world could pay, have a more living honour in your breast, Which justifies and yet obscures the rest. A principle from fame and pomp untied, So truly high that it despises pride, Buying good actions at the dearest rate, Looks down on ill with as much scorn as hate. Acts things so generous and bravely hard, And in obliging finds so much reward, So self-denying great, so firmly just, Apt to confer, strict to preserve a trust. That all whose honour would be justified, Must by your standards have it stamped and tried. But your perfection heightens others' crimes, And you reproach while you inform the times. While sad advantage you will scarce believe, Or if you must, you do conceal and grieve. You scorn so poor a foil as others' ill, And are protector to the unhappy still. Yet are so tender when you see a spot, You blush for those who for themselves could not. You are so much above your sex, that we believe your life your greatest courtesy. For women boast they have you while you live, A pattern and a representative. And future mothers who in childbirth groan, Shall wish for daughters knowing you are one. The world hath kings whose crowns are cemented, Or by the blood they boast, or that they shed. Yet these great idols of the stooping crew Have neither pleasure sound nor honour true. They either fight or play, and power court In trivial anger, or in cruel sport. You, who a nobler privilege enjoy, For you can save whom they can but destroy, An empire have where different mixtures kiss, You're grave, not sour, and kind, but not remiss. Such sweeten'd majesty, such humble state, Do love and reverence at once create. Pardon, dear Madam, these untaught essays, I can admire more fitly than I can praise. Things so sublime are dimly understood, And you are born so great, and are so good, So much above the honour of your name, And by neglect do so secure your fame, Whose beauty such as captivates the wise, Yet only you of all the world despise, That have so vast a knowledge so subdued, Religion so adorned and so pursued, A wit so strong that who would it define, Will need one 10 times more acute than mine. Yet ruled so that its vigour managed thus Becomes at once graceful and generous. Whose honour has so delicate a sense, Who always pardon, never give offence, Who needing nothing, yet to all are kind, Who have so large a heart, so rich a mind, Whose friendship stills of the obliging side, And yet so free from tyranny and pride. Who do in love like Jonathan descend, And strip yourself to clothe your happy friend. Whose kindness and whose modesty is such, T'expect so little, and deserve so much. Who have such candid worth, such dear concern, Where we so much may love and so much learn. Whose every wonder, though it fills and shines, It never to an ill excess declines. But all are found so sweetly opposite, As are in Titian's pieces shade and light, That he that would your great description try, Though he write well, would be as lost as I, Who of injurious zeal convicted stand, To draw you with so bold and bad a hand. But that, like other glories, I presume, You will enlighten where you might consume. 46. Parting with Lucasia, a Song. Well, we will do that rigid thing Which makes spectators think we part, Though absence hath for none a sting But those who keep each other's heart. And when our sense is dispossessed, Our labouring souls will heave and pant, And gasp for one another's breast, Since they their conveyances they want. Nay, we have felt the tedious smart Of absent friendship, and do know That when we die we can but part. And who knows what we shall do now? Yet I must go, we will submit, And so our own disposers be, For while we nobly suffer it, we triumph o'er necessity. By this we shall be truly great, If having other things o'ercome, To make our victory complete, we can be conquerors at home. Nay, than to meet we may conclude, and all obstructions overthrow, since we our passion have subdued, which is the strongest thing I know. 47. Against Pleasure. Set by Dr. Coleman. There's no such thing as pleasure here, 'tis all a perfect cheat, which does but shine and disappear, whose charm is but deceit. The empty bribe of yielding souls, which first betrays and then controls. 'Tis true, it looks at distance fair, but if we do approach, the fruit of Sodom will impair, and perish at a touch. In being than in fancy less, and we expect more than possess. For by our pleasures we are cloyed, and so desire is done. Or else like rivers they make wide the channel where they run, and either way true bliss destroys, making us narrow or our joys. We covet pleasure easily, but it not so possess. For many things must make it be, but one may make it less. Nay, were our state as we could choose it, 'twould be consumed by fear to lose it. What art thou then, thou winged air, more weak and swift than fame, whose next successor is despair, and its attendant shame? The experienced prince then reason had, who said of pleasure, it is mad. 48. A Prayer. Eternal reason, glorious majesty, compared to whom what can be said to be? Whose attributes are thee, who art alone cause of all various things, and yet but one. Whose essence can no more be searched by man, than heaven, thy throne, be grasped with a span. Yet if this great creation was designed to several ends fitted for every kind, sure man, the world's epitome, must be formed to the best that is to study thee. And as our dignity, 'tis duty too, which is summed up in this, to know and do. These comely rows of creatures spell thy name, whereby we grope to find from whence they came. By thy own chain of causes brought to think there must be one, then find that highest link. Thus all created excellence we see is a resemblance faint and dark of thee. Such shadows are produced by the moonbeams of trees or houses in the running streams. Yet by impressions born with us we find how good, great, just thou art, how unconfined. Here we are swallowed up and gladly dwell, safely adoring what we cannot tell. All we know is, thou art supremely good, and dost delight to be so understood. A spicy mountain on the universe, on which thy richest odours do disperse. But as the sea to fill a vessel heaves, more greedily than any cask receives, besieging round to find some gap in it, which will a new infusion admit, so dost thou covet that thou mayest dispense upon the empty world thy influence, lov'st to disperse thyself in kindness, thus the King of Kings waits to be gracious. On this account, O God, enlarge my heart, to entertain what thou wouldst fain impart. Nor let that soul by several titles thine, and most capacious form'd for things divine, so nobly meant, that when it most doth miss, 'tis in mistaken pantings after bliss, degrade itself in sordid things' delight, or by profaner mixtures lose its right. Oh, that with fixed unbroken thoughts it may admire the light which does obscure the day. And since 'tis angels' work it hath to do, may its composure be like angels too. When shall these clogs of sense and fancy break, that I may hear the God within me speak? When with a silent and retired art shall I with all this empty hurry part? To the still voice above my soul advance, my light and joy placed in his countenance. By whose dispense my soul to such fame brought, may tame each treacherous, fix each scattering thought, with such distinctions all things here behold, and so to separate each dross from gold, that nothing my free soul may satisfy, but to imitate, enjoy, and study thee. 49. To Mrs. M.A. upon absence. 'Tis now since I began to die 4 months, yet still I gasping live. Wrapped up in sorrow do I lie, hoping, yet doubting a reprieve. Adam from paradise expelled, just such a wretched being held. 'Tis not thy love I fear to lose, that will in spite of absence hold, but 'tis the benefit and use is lost, as in imprisoned gold, which though the sum be ne'er so great, enriches nothing but conceit. What angry star then governs me, that I must feel a double smart, prisoner to fate as well as thee, kept from thy face, linked to thy heart? Because my love all love excels, must my grief have no parallels? Sapless and dead as winter here I now remain, and all I see copies of my wild state appear, but I am their epitome. Love me no more, for I am grown too dead and dull for thee to own. 50. To Mrs. Mary Awbrey. Soul of my soul, my joy, my crown, my friend, a name which all the rest doth comprehend, how happy are we now, whose souls are grown by an incomparable mixture one, whose well acquainted minds are now as near as love, or vows, or friendship can endear. I have no thought but what's to thee revealed, nor thou desire that is from me concealed. Thy heart locks up my secrets richly set, and my breast is thy private cabinet. Thou shedd'st no tear but what my moisture lent, and if I sigh, it is thy breath is spent. United thus, what horror can appear worthy our sorrow, anger, or our fear? Let the dull world alone to talk and fight, and with their vast ambitions nature fright. Let them despise so innocent a flame, while envy, pride, and faction play their game. But we by love sublimed so high shall rise, to pity kings and conquerors despise, since we that sacred union have engrossed, which they and all the factious world have lost. End of Part 5. Part 6 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips. The Matchless Orinda. Part 6. Poems 51 to 60. 51. In Memory of Mr. Cartwright. Stay, Prince of Fancy, stay, we are not fit to welcome or admire thy raptures yet. Such horrid ignorance benights the times, that wit and honour are become our crimes. But when those happy powers which guard thy dust to us and to thy memory shall be just, and by a flame from thy blest genius lent, rescue us from our dull imprisonment, unsequester our fancies, and create a worth that may upon thy glories wait. We then shall understand thee, and descry the splendour of restored poetry. Till then let no bold hand profane thy shrine, 'tis high wit treason to debase thy coin. 52. Mr. Francis Finch, the excellent Palamon. This is confessed presumption. For had I all that rich stock of ingenuity which I could wish for this, yet would it be Palamon's blot, a pious injury. But as no votaries are scorned when they the meanest victim in religion pay, not that the power they worship needs a gum, but that they speak their thanks for all with some, so though the most contemptible of all that do themselves Palaemon's servants call, I know that zeal is more than sacrifice, for God did not the widow's mite despise, and that Palaemon hath divinity, and mercy is his highest property. He that doth such transcendent merit own, must have imperfect offerings or none. He's one rich lustre which doth raise dispense, as knowledge will when set in innocence. For learning did select his noble breast, where, in her native majesty, to rest, free from the tyranny and pride of schools, who have confined her to pedantic rules, and that genteeler error which does take offence at learning for her habit's sake. Palaemon hath redeemed her, who may be esteemed himself an university, and yet so much a gentleman, that he needs not, though he enjoys, a pedigree. Sure he was built and sent to let us know what man completed could both be and do. Freedom from vice is in him nature's part, without the help of discipline or art. He's his own happiness and his own law, whereby he keeps passion and fate in awe. Nor was this wrought in him by time and growth, his genius had anticipated both. Had all men been Palaemon's, pride had ne'er taught one man tyranny, the other fear. Ambition had been full as monstrous then, as this ill world doth render worthy men. Had men his spirit, they would soon forbear grovelling for dirt and quarrelling for air. Were his harmonious soul diffused in all, we should believe that men did never fall. It is Palaemon's soul that hath engrossed the ingenuous candour that the world hath lost, whose own mind seats him quiet, safe, and high, above the reach of time or destiny. 'Twas he that rescued gasping friendship, when the bell tolled for her funeral with men. 'Twas he that made friends more than lovers burn, and then made love to sacred friendship turn. 'Twas he turned honour inward, set her free from titles and from popularity. Now fixed to virtue, she begs praise of none, but's witnessed and rewarded both at home. And in his breast this honour's so enshrined, as the old law was in the ark confined, to which posterity shall all consent, and less dispute than acts of Parliament. He's our original, by whom we see how much we fail, and what we ought to be. But why do I to copy him pretend? My rhymes but libel whom they would commend. 'Tis true, but none can reach what's set so high, and though I miss, I've noble company, for the most happy language must confess, it doth obscure Palaemon, not express. 53. To Mrs. M.A. at parting. I have examined and do find, of all that favour me, there's none I grieve to leave behind, but only thee. To part with thee I needs must die, could parting separate thee and I. But neither chance nor compliment did element our love, 'twas sacred sympathy was lent us from the choir above. That friendship fortune did create, still fears a wound from time or fate. Our changed and mingled souls are grown to such acquaintance now, that if each would resume their own, alas, we know not how. We have each other so engrossed, that each is in the union lost. And thus we can no absence know, nor shall we be confined. Our active souls will daily go to learn each other's mind. Nay, should we never meet to sense, our souls would hold intelligence. Inspired with a flame divine, I scorn to court a stay, for from that noble soul of thine I ne'er can be away. But I shall weep when thou dost grieve, nor can I die whilst thou dost live. By my own temper I shall guess at thy felicity, and only like my happiness because it pleaseth thee. Our hearts at any time will tell if thou or I be sick or well. All honour sure I must pretend, all that is good or great. She that would be Rosania's friend must be at least complete. If I have any bravery, 'tis cause I have so much of thee. Thy leaguer soul in me shall lie, and all thy thoughts reveal. then back again with mine shall fly, and thence to me shall steal. Thus still to one another tend, such is the sacred name of friend. Thus our twin souls in one shall grow, and teach the world new love, redeem the age and sex, and show a flame fate dares not move. And courting death to be our friend, our lives together too shall end. A dew shall dwell upon our tomb of such a quality, that fighting armies thither come shall reconciled be. We'll ask no epitaph, but say, Orinda and Rosania. 54. To my dearest Antenor, on his parting. Though it be just to grieve when I must part with him that is the guardian of my heart, yet by a happy change the loss of mine is with advantage paid in having thine. And I, by that dear guest instructed, find absence can do no hurt to souls combined. As we were born to love, brought to agree by the impressions of divine decree, so when united nearer we became, it did not weaken, but increase our flame. Unlike to those who distant joys admire, but slight them when possessed of their desire. Each of our souls did its own temper fit, and in the other's mould so fashioned it, that now our inclinations both are grown, like to our interests and persons, one. And souls whom such an union fortifies, passion can ne'er destroy, nor fate surprise. Now as in watches, though we do not know when the hand moves we find it still doth go, so I, by secret sympathy inclined, will absent meet, and understand thy mind. And thou at thy return shalt find thy heart still safe with all the love thou didst impart. For though that treasure I have ne'er deserved, it shall with strong religion be preserved. And besides this thou shalt in me survey thyself reflected while thou art away. For what some forward arts do undertake, the images of absent friends to make, and represent their actions in a glass, friendship itself can only bring to pass that magic which both fate and time beguiles, and in a moment runs 1,000 miles. So in my breast thy picture drawn shall be, my guide, life, object, friend, and destiny. And none shall know, though they employ their wit, which is the right Antenor, thou or it. 55. Engraven on Mr. John Collier's tombstone at Bedlington. Here what remains of him doth lie, who was the world's epitome, religion's darling, merchant's glory, men's true delight, and virtue's story. Who, though a prisoner to the grave, a glorious freedom once shall have, till when no monument is fit, but what's beyond our love and wit. 56. On the little Regina Collier, on the same tombstone. Virtue's blossom, beauty's bud, the pride of all that's fair and good, by death's fierce hand was snatched hence, in her state of innocence. Who by it this advantage gains, her wages got without her pains. 57. Friendship. Let the dull brutish world that know not love continue heretics, and disapprove that noble flame, but the refined know 'tis all the heaven we have here below. Nature subsists by love, and they do tie things to their causes but by sympathy. Love chains the different elements in one great harmony, linked to the heavenly throne. And as on earth, so the blest choir above of saints and angels are maintained by love. That is their business and felicity, and will be so to all eternity. That is the ocean, our affections here are but streams borrowed from the fountain there. And 'tis the noblest argument to prove a beauteous mind, that it knows how to love. Those kind impressions which fate can't control, are heaven's mintage on a worthy soul. For love is all the art's epitome, and is the sum of all divinity. He's worse than beasts that cannot love, and yet is not bought for money, pains, or wit. For no chance or design can spirits move, but the eternal destiny of love. And when two souls are changed and mixed so, it is what they and none but they can do. This is friendship, that abstracted flame, which grovelling mortals know not how to name. All love is sacred, and the marriage tie hath much of honour and divinity, but lust, design, or some unworthy ends may mingle there, which are despised by friends. Passion hath violent extremes, and thus all oppositions are contiguous. So when the end is served, their love will bate, if friendship make it not more fortunate. Friendship, that love's elixir, that pure fire, which burns the clearer cause it burns the higher. For love, like earthly fires, which will decay if the material fuel be away, is with offensive smoke accompanied, and by resistance only is supplied. But friendship, like the fiery element, with its own heat and nourishment content, where neither hurt nor smoke nor noise is made, scorns the assistance of a foreign aid. Friendship, like heraldry, is hereby known, richest when plainest, bravest when alone, calm as a virgin, and more innocent than sleeping doves are, and as much content as saints in visions, quiet as the night, but clear and open as the summer's light. United more than spirits' faculties, higher in thoughts than are the eagle's eyes. What shall I say? When we true friends are grown, we are alike, alas, we are like ourselves alone. 58. The Enquiry. If we no old historian's name authentic will admit, but think all said of friendship's fame but poetry or wit, yet what's revered by mind so pure must be a bright idea sure. But as our immortality by inward sense we find, judging that if it could not be, it would not be designed, so here how could such copies fall if there were no original? But if truth be an ancient song, or story we believe, if the inspired and graver throng have scorned to deceive, there have been hearts whose friendship gave them thoughts at once both soft and brave. Among that consecrated few some more seraphic shade, lend me a favourable clue, now mists my eyes invade. Why, having filled the world with fame, left you so little of your flame? Why is't so difficult to see two bodies and one mind? And why are those who else agree so differently kind? Hath Nature such fantastic art that she can vary every heart? Why are the bands of friendship tied with so remiss a knot, that by the most it is defied, and by the rest forgot? Why do we step with so light sense from friendship to indifference? If friendship sympathy impart, why this ill-shuffled game, that heart can never meet with heart, or flame encounter flame? What does this cruelty create? Is't the intrigue of love or fate? Had friendship ne'er been known to men, the ghost at last confessed, the world had been a stranger then to all that heaven possessed. But could it all be here acquired, not heaven itself would be desired. 59. To my Lucasia, in defence of a declared friendship. O my Lucasia, let us speak our love, and think not that impertinent can be, which to us both doth such assurance prove, and whence we find how justly we agree. Before we knew the treasures of our love, our noble aims our joys did entertain. And shall enjoyment nothing then improve? 'Twere best for us then to begin again. Now we have gained, we must not stop and sleep out all the rest of our mysterious reign. It is as hard and glorious to keep a victory as it is to obtain. Nay, to what end did we once barter minds only to know and to neglect the claim? Or like some wantons, our pride pleasure finds to throw away the thing at which we aim. If this be all our friendship does design, we covet not enjoyment then, but power. To our opinion we our bliss confine, and love to have, but not to smell, the flower. Ah, then let misers bury thus their gold, who though they starve, no farthing will produce. But we loved to enjoy and to behold, and sure we cannot spend our stock by use. Think not 'tis needless to repeat desires, the fervent turtles always court and bill. And yet their spotless passion never tires, but does increase by repetition still. Although we know we love, yet while our soul is thus imprisoned by the flesh we wear, there's no way left that bondage to control, but to convey transactions through the ear. Nay, though we read our passions in the eye, it will oblige and please to tell them too. Such joys as these by motion multiply, were't but to find that our souls told us true. Believe not then, that being now secure of either's heart, we have no more to do. The spheres themselves by motion do endure, and they move on by circulation too. And as a river, when it once hath paid the tribute which it to the ocean owes, stops not, but turns, and having curled and played on its own waves the shore it overflows. So the soul's motion does not end in bliss, but on herself she scatters and dilates, and on the object doubles till by this she finds new joys which that reflux creates. But then because it cannot all contain, it seeks a vent by telling the glad news. First to the heart which did its joys obtain, then to the heart which did those joys produce. When my soul then doth such excursions make, unless thy soul delight to meet it too, what satisfaction can it give or take, thou being absent at the interview? 'Tis not distrust, for were that plea allowed, letters and visits all would useless grow. Love's whole expression then would be its cloud, and it would be refined to nothing so. If I distrust, 'tis my own worth for thee, 'tis my own fitness for a love like thine, and therefore still new evidence would see, to assure my wonder that thou canst be mine. But as the morning sun to drooping flowers, as weary travellers a shade do find, as to the parched violet evening showers, such is from thee to me a look that's kind. But when that look is dressed in words, 'tis like the mystic power of music's unison, which when the finger doth one viol strike, the other's string heaves to reflection. Be kind to me, and just then to our love, to which we owe our free and dear converse, and let not tract of time wear or remove it from the privilege of that commerce. Tyrants do banish what they can't requite, but let us never know such mean desires, but to be grateful to that love delight, which all our joys and noble thoughts inspires. 60. A Reverie. A chosen privacy, a cheap content, and all the peace of friendship ever lent, a rock which civil nature made a seat, a willow that repulses all the heat, the beauteous quiet of a summer's day, a brook which sobbed aloud and ran away, invited my repose, and then conspired to entertain my fancy thus retired. As Lucian's ferryman aloft did view the angry world, and then laugh'd at it too, so all its sullen follies seem to me but as a too well acted tragedy. One dangerous ambition doth befool, another envies to see that man rule, one makes his love the parent of his rage, for private friendship publicly t'engage. And some for conscience, some for honour die, and some are meanly killed, they know not why. More different than men's faces are their ends, whom yet one common ruin can make friends. Death, dust, and darkness they have only one, and hastily unto their periods run. Death is a leveller, beauty, and kings, and conquerors, and all those glorious things are tumbled to their graves in one rude heap, like common dust, as quiet and as cheap. At greater changes who would wonder then, since kingdoms have their fates as well as men? They must fall sick and die, nothing can be in this world certain, but uncertainty. Since power and greatness are such slippery things, who'd pity cottages or envy kings? Now least of all, when weary of deceit, the world no longer flatters with the great, though such confusions here below we find, as Providence were wanton with mankind. Yet in this chaos some things do send forth, like jewels in the dark, a native worth. He that derives his high nobility not from the mention of a pedigree, who thinks it not his praise that others know his ancestors were gallant long ago, who scorns to boast the glories of his blood, and thinks he can't be great that is not good, who knows the world and what we pleasure call, yet cannot sell one conscience for them all, who hates to hoard that gold with an excuse, for which he can find out a nobler use, who dares not keep that life that he can spend to serve his God, his country, and his friend, who flattery and falsehood doth so hate he would not bury 10 lives at such a rate, whose soul than diamonds more rich and clear, naked and open as his face doth wear, Who dares be good alone in such a time, when virtue's held and punished as a crime? Who thinks dark crooked plots a mean defence, and is both safe and wise in innocence? Who dares both fight and die, but dares not fear? Whose only doubt is, if his cause be clear? Whose courage and his justice equal worn can dangers grapple, overcome and scorn? Yet not insult upon a conquered foe, but can forgive him and oblige him too. Whose friendship is congenial with his soul, who where he gives a heart bestows it whole, whose other ties and titles here do end, or buried or completed in the friend. Who ne'er resumes the soul he once did give, while his friend's honesty and honour live. And if his friend's content could cost the price, would count himself a happy sacrifice. Whose happy days no pride infects, nor can his other titles make him slight the man. No dark ambitious thoughts do cloud his brow, nor restless cares when to be great, and how. Who scorns to envy wealth where'er it be, but pities such a golden slavery. With no mean fawnings can the people court, nor wholly slight a popular report. Whose house no orphan groans do shake or blast, nor any riot help to serve his taste. Who from the top of his prosperities can take a fall, and yet without surprise. Who with the same august and even state can entertain the best and worst of fate. Whose suffering's sweet, if honour once adorn it. Who slights revenge, yet does not fear, but scorn it. Whose happiness in every fortune lives, for that no fortune either takes or gives. Who no unhandsome ways can bribe his fate, nay, out of prison marches through the gate. Who losing all his titles and his pelf, nay, all the world can never lose himself. This person shines indeed, and he that can be virtuous is the great immortal man. End of Part 6. Part 7 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 7. Poems 61 to 70. 61. A Country Life. How sacred and how innocent a country life appears! How free from tumult, discontent, from flattery or fears! This was the first and happiest life when man enjoyed himself, till pride exchanged peace for strife, and happiness for pelf. 'Twas here the poets were inspired, here taught the multitude. The brave they here with honour fired, and civilized the rude. That golden age did entertain no passion but of love. The thoughts of ruling and of gain did ne'er their fancies move. None then did envy neighbour's wealth, nor plot to wrong his bed. Happy in friendship and in health, on roots, not beasts, they fed. They knew no law nor physic then, nature was all their wit. And if there yet remain to men content, sure this is it. What blessings doth this world afford to tempt or bribe desire! Her courtship is all fire and sword, who would not then retire? Then welcome, dearest solitude, my great felicity. Though some are pleased to call thee rude, thou art not so, but we. Them that do covet only rest, a cottage will suffice. It is not brave to be possessed of earth, but to despise. Opinion is the rate of things, from hence our peace doth flow. I have a better fate than kings, because I think it so. When all the stormy world doth roar, how concerned am I? I cannot fear to tumble lower, who never could be high. Secure in these unenvied walls, I think not on the state, and pity no man's case that falls from his ambition's height. Silence and innocence are safe. A heart that's nobly true at all these little arts can laugh that do the world subdue. While others revel it in state, here I'll contented sit, and think I have as good a fate as wealth and pomp admit. Let some in courtship take delight, and to th' exchange resort, then revel out a winter's night, not making love but sport. These never know a noble flame, 'tis lust, scorn, or design. While vanity plays all their game, let peace and honour mine. When the inviting spring appears, to Hyde Park let them go, and hasting thence be full of fears to lose spring garden show. Let others, nobler, seek to gain in knowledge happy fate, and others busy them in vain to study ways of state. But I, resolved from within, confirmed from without, in privacy intend to spin my future minutes out. And from this hermitage of mine I banish all wild toys, and nothing that is not divine shall dare to tempt my joys. There are below but two things good, friendship and honesty, and only those of all I would ask for felicity. In this retired and humble seat, free from both war and strife, I am not forced to make retreat, but choose to spend my life. 62. To Mrs. Wogan, my honoured friend, on the death of her husband. Dry up your tears, there's enough shed by you, and we must pay our share of sorrows too. It is no private loss when such men fall, the world's concerned, and grief is general. But though of our misfortune we complain, to him it is injurious and vain. For since we know his rich integrity, his real sweetness and full harmony, how free his heart and house were to his friends, whom he obliged without design or ends, how universal was his courtesy, how clear a soul, how even and how high, how much he scorned disguise or meaner arts, but with a native honour conquered hearts. We must conclude he was a treasure lent, soon weary of this sordid tenement. The age and world deserved him not, and he was kindly snatched from future misery. We can scarce say he's dead, but gone to rest, and left a monument in every breast. For you to grieve then in this sad excess is not to speak of love, but make it less. A noble soul no friendship will admit, but what's eternal and divine as it. The soul is hid in mortal flesh we know, and all its weaknesses must undergo, till by degrees it doth shine forth at length, and gathers beauty, purity, and strength. But never yet doth this immortal ray put on full splendour till it put off clay. So infant love is, in the worthiest breast, by sense and passion fettered and oppressed. But by degrees it grows still more refined, and scorning clogs only concerns the mind. Now as the soul you loved is here set free from its material gross capacity, your love should follow him now he is gone, and quitting passion, put perfection on. Such love as this will its own good deny, if its dear object have felicity. And since we cannot his great loss reprieve, let's not lose you in whom he still doth live. For while you are by grief secluded thus, it doth appear your funeral to us. 63. In memory of the most justly honoured Mrs. Owen of Orielton. As when the ancient world by reason lived, the Asian monarchs' deaths were never grieved. Their glorious lives made all their subjects call their rites a triumph, not a funeral. So still the good are princes, and their fate invites us not to weep, but imitate. Nature intends a progress of each stage, whereby weak man creeps to succeeding age, ripens him for that change for which he's made, where the active soul is in her centre stayed. And since none stripped of infancy complain, cause 'tis both their necessity and gain, so age and death by slow approaches come, and by that just inevitable doom, by which the soul, her cloggy dross once gone, puts on perfection, and resumes her own. Since then we mourn a happy soul, oh why disturb we her with erring piety? Who's so enamoured on the beauteous ground, when with rich autumn's livery hung round, as to deny a sickle to his grain, and not undress the teeming earth again? Fruits grow for use, mankind is born to die, and both fates have the same necessity. Then grieve no more, sad relatives, but learn, sigh not, but profit by your just concern. Read over her life's volume, wise and good, not cause she must be so, but cause she would. To chosen virtue still a constant friend, she saw the times which changed but did not mend. And as some are so civil to the sun, they fixed his beams and make the earth to run, so she unmoved beheld the angry fate which tore a church and overthrew a state. Still durst be good, and own the noble truth, to crown her age which had adorned her youth. Great without pride, a soul which still could be humble and high, full of calm majesty. She kept true state within, and could not buy her satisfaction with her charity. Fortune or birth ne'er raised her mind, which stood not on her being rich, but doing good. Obliged the world, but yet would scorn to be paid with requitals, thanks, or vanity. How oft did she what all the world adore, make the poor happy with her useful store? So general was her bounty, that she gave equality to all before the grave. By several means she different persons tied, who by her goodness only were allied. Her virtue was her temper, not her fit, feared nothing but the crimes which some commit, scorned those dark arts which pass for wisdom now, nor to a mean ignoble thing could bow. And her vast prudence had no other end, but to forgive a foe, endear a friend. To use but slight the world, and fixed above shine down in beams of piety and love. Why should we then by poor unjust complaint prove envious sinners 'cause she is a saint? Close then the monument, let not a tear that may profane her ashes now appear. For her best obsequies are that we be prudent and good, noble and sweet as she. 64. A Friend. Love, nature's plot, this great creation's soul, the being and the harmony of things, doth still preserve and propagate the whole, from whence man's happiness and safety springs. The earliest, whitest, blessed times did draw from her alone their universal law. Friendship's an abstract of this nobler flame. 'Tis love refined and purged from all its dross, the next to angels' love, if not the same, as strong as passion is, though not so gross. It antedates a glad eternity, and is an heaven in epitome. Nobler than kindred or than marriage band, because more free. Wedlock felicity itself doth only by this union stand, and turns to friendship or to misery. Force or design matches to pass may bring, but friendship doth from love and honour spring. If souls no sexes have, for men t'exclude woman from friendship's vast capacity, is a design injurious or rude, only maintained by partial tyranny. Love is allowed to us and innocence, and noblest friendships do proceed from thence. The chiefest thing in friends is sympathy. There is a secret that doth friendship guide, which makes two souls before they know agree, who by 1,000 mixtures are allied, and changed and lost, so that it is not known within which breast doth now reside their own. Essential honour must be in a friend, not such as every breath fans to and fro, but born within, is its own judge and end, and dares not sin though sure that none should know. Where friendship spoke, honesty's understood, for none can be a friend that is not good. Friendship doth carry more than common trust, and treachery is here the greatest sin. Secrets deposed then none ever must presume to open, but who put them in. They that in one chest lay up all their stock, had need be sure that none can pick the lock. A breast too open friendship does not love, for that the other's trust will not conceal, nor one too much reserved can it approve, its own condition this will not reveal. We empty passions for a double end, to be refreshed and guarded by a friend. Wisdom and knowledge friendship does require, the first for counsel, this for company. And though not mainly, yet we may desire both complacence and ingenuity. Though everything may love, yet 'tis a rule, he cannot be a friend that is a fool. Discretion uses parts and best knows how, and patience will all qualities commend, that serves a need best, but this doth allow the weakness and passions of a friend. We are not yet come to the choir above, who cannot pardon here can never love. Thick waters show no images of things, friends are each other's mirrors, and should be clearer than crystal or the mountain springs, and free from clouds, design, or flattery. For vulgar souls no part of friendship share, poets and friends are born to what they are. Friends should observe and chide each other's faults, to be severe then is most just and kind. Nothing can scape their search who knew the thoughts, this they should give and take with equal mind. For friendship, when this freedom is denied, is like a painter when his hands are tied. A friend should find out each necessity, and then unasked relieve it at any rate. It is not friendship, but formality to be desired, for kindness keeps no state. Of friends he doth the benefactor prove, that gives his friend the means t' express his love. Absence doth not from friendship's right excuse them, who preserve each other's heart and fame. Parting can ne'er divide, it may diffuse, as a far stretched out river's still the same. Though presence helped them at the first to greet, their souls know now without these aids to meet. Constant and solid, whom no storms can shake, nor death unfix, a right friend ought to be. And if condemned to survive, doth make no second choice, but grief and memory. But friendship's best fate is, when it can spend a life, a fortune, all to serve a friend. 65. L'accord du bien. Order, by which all things are made, and this great world's foundation laid, is nothing else but harmony, where different parts are brought to agree. As empires are still best maintained, those ways which first their greatness gained, so in this universal frame, what made and keeps it is the same. Thus all things unto peace do tend, even discords have it for their end. The cause why elements do fight, is but their instinct to unite. Music could never please the sense, but by united excellence. The sweetest note which numbers know, if struck alone, would tedious grow. Man, the whole world's epitome, is by creation harmony. 'Twas sin first quarrelled in his breast, that made him angry with the rest. But goodness keeps that unity, and loves its own society so well, that seldom we have known one real worth to dwell alone. And hence it is we friendship call, not by one virtue's name, but all. Nor is it when bad things agree, thought union, but conspiracy. Nature and grace, such enemies, that when one fell t'other did rise, are now by mercy even set, as stars in constellations met. If Nature were herself a sin, her author, God, had guilty been. But man by sin contracting stain, shall purged from that be clear again. To prove that Nature's excellent, even sin itself's an argument. Therefore we Nature's stain deplore, because itself was pure before. And grace destroys not, but refines, unveils our reason, then it shines. Restores what was depressed by sin, the fainting beam of God within. The mainspring, judgment, rectified, will all the lesser motions guide, to splendour, labour, love, and care, not as things seem, but as they are. 'Tis fancy lost, wit thrown away, in trifles to employ that ray, which then doth in full lustre shine, when both ingenious and divine. To eyes by humour vitiated, all things seem falsely coloured, so 'tis our prejudicial thought that makes clear objects seem in fault. They scarce believe united good, by whom 'twas never understood. They think one grace enough for one, and 'tis because theirselves have none. We hunt extremes, and run so fast, we can no steady judgment cast. He best surveys the circuit round, who stands i' the middle of the ground. That happy mean would, let us see, knowledge and meekness may agree, and find, when each thing hath its name, passion and zeal are not the same. Who studies God doth upwards fly, and height still lessens to our eye. And he that knows God soon will see vast cause for his humility. For by that search it will be known, there's nothing but our will our own. And who doth so that stock employ, but finds more cause for shame than joy? We know so little, and so dark, and so extinguish our own spark, that he who furthest here can go, knows nothing as he ought to know. It will with the most learned suit, more to enquire than dispute, but vapours swell within a cloud, 'tis ignorance that makes us proud. So when their own vain heart belies, like inflammations quickly rise, but that soul which is truly great, is lowest in its own conceit. Yet while we hug our own mistake, we censures but not judgments make, and thence it is we cannot see obedience stand with liberty. Providence still keeps even state, but he can best command his fate, whose art by adding his own voice, makes his necessity his choice. Rightly to rule one's self must be the hardest, largest monarchy. Whose passions are his masters grown, will be a captive in a throne. He most the inward freedom gains, who just submission entertains. For while in that his reason sways, it is himself that he obeys. But only in eternity we can these beauteous unions see, for heaven itself and glory is but one harmonious constant bliss. 66. Invitation to the Country. Be kind, my dear Rosania, though 'tis true thy friendship will become thy penance too. Though there be nothing can reward the pain, nothing to satisfy or entertain, though all be empty, wild, and like to me, who make new troubles in my company, yet is the action more obliging great, 'tis hardship only makes desert complete. But yet to prove mixtures all things compound, there may in this be some advantage found. For a retirement from the noise of towns is that for which some kings have left their crowns. And conquerors, whose laurel pressed the brow, have changed it for the quiet myrtle bough. For titles, honours, and the world's address are things too cheap to make up happiness. The easy tribute of a giddy race, and paid less to the person than the place. So false reflected, and so short content, is that which fortune and opinion lent. That who most tried it have of fate complained, with titles burden and to greatness chained. For they alone enjoyed what they possessed, who relished most and understood it best. And yet that understanding made them know the empty swift dispatch of all below. So that what most can outward things endear, is the best means to make them disappear. And even that tyrant, sense, doth these destroy, as more officious to our grief than joy. Thus all the glittering world is but a cheat, obtruding on our sense things gross for great. But he that can inquire and undisguise, will soon perceive the sting that hidden lies, and find no joys merit esteem but those whose scene lies only at our own dispose. Man unconcerned without himself may be his own both prospect and security. Kings may be slaves by their own passions hurled, but who commands himself, commands the world. A country life assists this study best, where no distractions do the soul arrest. There heaven and earth lie open to our view, there we search nature and its author too. Possessed with freedom and a real state, look down on vice and vanity and fate. There, my Rosania, will we, mingling souls, pity the folly which the world controls, and all those grandeurs which the world do prize, we either can enjoy or will despise. 67. In memory of Mrs. E. H. As some choice plant cherish'd by sun and air, and ready to requite the gardener's care, blossoms and flourishes, but then we find is made the triumph of some ruder wind. So thy untimely grave did both entomb thy sweetness now, and wonders yet to come. Hung full of hopes thou sellest a lovely prize, just as thou didst attract all hearts and eyes. Thus we might apprehend, for had thy years been lengthened to have paid those vast arrears the world expected, we should then conclude the age of miracles had been renewed. For thou already hast with ease found out what others study with such pains and doubt, that frame of soul which is content alone, and needs no entertainment but its own. Thy even mind, which made thee good and great, was to thee both a shelter and retreat. Of all the tumults which this world do fill, thou wert an unconcerned spectator still. And were thy duty punctually supplied, indifferent to all the world beside, thou wert made up within resolved and fixed, and wouldst not with a base allay be mixed. Above the world couldst equally despise both its temptations and its injuries, couldst sum up all and find not worth desire those glittering trifles which the most admire. But with a nobler aim, and higher born, look down on greatness with contempt and scorn. Thou hadst no arts that others this might see, nor lovedst a trumpet to thy piety. But silent and retired, calm and serene, stol'st to thy blessed haven hardly seen. It were vain to describe thee then, but now thy vast accession harder is to know. How full of light, and satisfied thou art, so early from this treacherous world to part. How pleased thou art reflections now to make, and find thou didst not things below mistake. In how abstracted converse thou dost live, how much thy knowledge is intuitive. How great and bright a glory is enjoyed with angels and in mysteries employed. 'Tis sin then to lament thy fate, but we should help thee to a new eternity, and by successive imitations strive, till time shall die to keep thee still alive, and by thy great example furnish'd be more apt to live than write thy elegy. 68. On Rosania's apostasy and Lucasia's friendship. Great soul of friendship, whither art thou fled? Where dost thou now choose to repose thy head? Or art thou nothing but voice, air, and name, found out to put souls in pursuit of fame? Thy flames being thought immortal, we may doubt whether they e'er did burn that see them out. Go, wearied soul, find out thy wonted rest in the safe harbour of Orinda's breast. There all unknown adventures thou hast found in thy late transmigrations expound, that so Rosania's darkness may be known to be her want of lustre, not thy own. Then to the great Lucasia have recourse, there gather up new excellence and force, till by a free unbiassed clear commerce, endearments which no tongue can e'er rehearse, Lucasia and Orinda shall thee give eternity, and make even friendship live. Hail, great Lucasia, thou shalt doubly shine, what was Rosania's own is now twice thine. Thou saw'st Rosania's chariot and her flight, and so the double portion is thy right. Though 'twas Rosania's spirit, be content, since 'twas at first from thy Orinda sent. 69. To my Lady Elizabeth Boyle, singing now affairs, etc. Subduing fair, what will you win to use a needless dart? Why then so many to take in one undefended heart? I came exposed to all your charms, 'gainst which the first half hour I had no will to take up arms, and in the next no power. How can you choose but win the day, who can resist your siege, who in one action knew the way to vanquish and oblige? Your voice, which can in melting strains teach beauty to be blind, confines me yet in stronger chains by being soft and kind. Whilst you my trivial fancy sing, you it to wit refine, as leather once stamped by a king became a current coin. By this my verse is sure to gain eternity with men, which by your voice it will obtain, though never by my pen. I'd rather in your favour live, than in a lasting name, and much a greater rate would give for happiness than fame. 70. Submission. 'Tis so, and humbly I will resign, nor dare dispute with Providence divine. In vain, alas, we struggle with our chains, but more entangled by the fruitless pains. For as i' the great creation of this all, nothing by chance could in such order fall, and what would single be deformed confessed, grows beauteous in its union with the rest. So Providence like wisdom we allow, for what created once does govern now, and the same fate that seems to one reverse, is necessary to the universe. All these particular and various things, linked to their causes by such secret springs, are held so fast, and governed by such art, that nothing can out of its order start. The world's gods watch where nothing is so small, but makes a part of what composes all. Could the least pin be lost or else displaced, the world would be disordered and defaced. It beats no pulse in vain, but keeps its time, and undiscerned to its own height doth climb. Strung first and daily wound up by his hand, who can its motions guide and understand. No secret cunning then, nor multitude can Providence divert, cross, or delude. And her just full decrees are hidden things, which harder are to find than births of springs. Yet all in various consorts fitly sound, and by their discords harmony compound. Hence is that order, life, and energy, whereby forms are preserved though matters die, and shifting dress keep their own living state. So what kills this does that propagate. This made the ancient sage in rapture cry, that sure the world had full eternity. For though itself to time and fate submit, he's above both who made and governs it. And to each creature hath such portion lent, as love and wisdom sees convenient. For he's no tyrant, nor delights to grieve the beings which from him alone can live. He's most concerned, and hath the greatest share in man, and therefore takes the greatest care to make him happy, who alone can be so by submission and conformity. For why should changes here below surprise, when the whole world its revolution tries? Where were our springs, our harvest's pleasant use, unless vicissitude did them produce? Nay, what can be so wearisome a pain, as when no alterations entertain? To lose, to suffer, to be sick and die, arrest us by the same necessity. Nor could they trouble us, but that our mind hath its own glory unto dross confined. For outward things remove not from their place, till our souls run to beg their mean embrace. Then doting on the choice make it our own, by placing trifles in the opinion's throne. So when they are divorced by some new cross, our souls seem widowed by the fatal loss. But could we keep our grandeur and our state, nothing below would seem unfortunate. But grace and reason, which best succours bring, would with advantage manage everything, and by right judgment would prevent our moan, for losing that which never was our own. For right opinion's like a marble grot, in summer cool, and in the winter hot. A principle which in each fortune lives, bestowing Catholic preservatives. 'Tis this resolves, there are no losses, where virtue and reason are continued there. The meanest soul might such a fortune share, but no mean soul could so that fortune bear. Thus I compose my thoughts grown insolent, as the Irish harper doth his instrument, which if once struck doth murmur and complain, but the next touch will silence all again. End of Part 7. Part 8 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 8. Poems 71 to 80. 71. 2 Corinthians verse 19. God was in Christ reconciling the world to himself. When God, contracted to humanity, could sigh and suffer, could be sick and die, when all the heap of miracles combined to form the greatest, which was save mankind, then God took stand in Christ, studying a way how to repair the ruined world's decay. His love, power, wisdom, must some means procure His mercy to advance, justice secure. And since man in such misery was hurled, it cost him more to save than make the world. Oh, what a desperate load of sins had we, when God must plot for our felicity, when God must beg us that He may forgive, and die Himself before mankind could live. And what still are we, when our King in vain begs His lost rebels to be friends again? What floods of love proceed from heaven's smile, at once to pardon and to reconcile? What God Himself hath made He cannot hate, for 'tis one act to love and to create. And He's too perfect full of majesty to need additions from our misery. He hath a father's, not a tyrant's joy, shows more His power to save than to destroy. Did there 10,000 worlds to ruin fall, one God could save, one Christ redeem them all. Be silent then, ye narrow souls, take heed lest you restrain the mercy you will need. But O my soul, from these be different, imitate thou a nobler precedent. As God with open arms the world does woo, learn thou like God to be enlarged too. As He begs thy consent to pardon thee, learn to submit unto thy enemy. As He stands ready thee to entertain, be thou as forward to return again. As He was crucified for and by thee, crucify thou what caused His agony. And like to Him be mortified to sin, die to the world, as He died for it then. 72. The World. We falsely think it due unto our friends, that we should grieve for their untimely ends. He that surveys the world with serious eyes, and strips her from her gross and weak disguise, shall find 'tis injury to mourn their fate. He only dies untimely, who dies late. For if 'twere told to children in the womb, to what a stage of mischiefs they must come, could they foresee with how much toil and sweat men count that gilded nothing, being great, what pains they take not to be what they seem, rating their bliss by others' false esteem, and sacrificing their content, to be guilty of grave and serious vanity, how each condition hath its proper thorns, and what one man admits another scorns, how frequently their happiness they miss, so far even from agreeing what it is, that the same person we can hardly find, who is an hour together in one mind. Sure they would beg a period of their breath, and what we call their birth would count their death. Mankind is mad, for none can live alone, because their joys stand by comparison, and yet they quarrel at society, and strive to kill they know not whom nor why. We all live by mistake, delight in dreams, lost to ourselves and dwelling in extremes, rejecting what we have, though ne'er so good, and prizing what we never understood. Compared to our boisterous inconstancy, tempests are calm, and discords harmony. Hence we reverse the world, and yet do find the God that made can hardly please our mind. We live by chance, and slip into events, have all of beasts except their innocence. The soul which no man's power can reach, a thing that makes each woman man, each man a king, doth so much lose, and from its height so fall, that some contend to have no soul at all. 'Tis either not observed, or at the best by passion fought withal, by sin depressed. Freedom of will, God's image, is forgot, and if we know it, we improve it not. Our thoughts, though nothing can be more our own, are still unguided, very seldom known. Time scapes our hands as water in a sieve, we come to die ere we begin to live. Truth, the most suitable and noble prize, food of our spirits, yet neglected lies. Error and shadows are our choice, and we owe our perdition to our own decree. If we search truth, we make it more obscure, and when it shines cannot the light endure. For most men now, who plod, and eat, and drink, have nothing less their business than to think, and those few that inquire how small a share of truth they find, how dark their notions are. That serious evenness that calms the breast, and in a tempest can bestow a rest, we either not attempt, or else decline, by every trifle snatched from our design. Others he must in his deceits involve, who is not true unto his own resolve. We govern not ourselves, but lose the reins, counting our bondage to 1,000 chains. And with as many slaveries content, as there are many tyrants ready to torment, we live upon a rack extended still, to one extreme or both, but always ill. For since our fortune is not understood, we suffer less from bad than from the good. The sting is better dressed and longer lasts, as surfeits are more dangerous than fasts. And to complete the misery to us, we see extremes are still contiguous. And as we run so fast from what we hate, like squibs on ropes to know no middle state, so outward forms strengthened by us, we find our fortune as disordered as our mind. But that's excused by this, it doth its part, a treacherous world befits a treacherous heart. All ills our own, the outward storms we loathe receive from us their birth, their sting, or both. And that our vanity be past a doubt, 'tis one new vanity to find it out. Happy are they to whom God gives a grave, and from themselves as from his wrath doth save. 'Tis good not to be born, but if we must, the next good is, soon to return to dust, when the uncaged soul fled to eternity shall rest and live and sing and love and see. Here we but crawl and grovel, play and cry, are first our own, then others' enemy. But there shall be defaced both stain and score, for time and death and sin shall be no more. 73. The Soul. How vain a thing is man, whose noblest part, that soul which through the world doth roam, traverses heaven, finds out the depth of art, yet is so ignorant at home. In every brook or mirror we can find reflections of our face to be, but a true optic to present our mind we hardly get, and darkly see. Yet in the search after ourselves we run, actions and causes we survey, and when the weary chase is almost done, then from our quest we slip away. 'Tis strange and sad, that since we do believe we have a soul must never die, there are so few that can a reason give how it obtains that life, or why. I wonder not to find those that know most profess so much their ignorance, since in their own souls greatest wits are lost, and of themselves have scarce a glance. But some much sure doth here obscurely lie, that above dross would fain advance, and pants and catches at eternity, as 'twere its own inheritance. A soul self-moved which can dilate, contract, pierces and judges things unseen, but this gross heap of matter cannot act, unless impulsed from within. Distance and quantity to bodies due, the state of souls cannot admit, and all the contraries with nature new, meet there, nor hurt themselves, nor it. God never body made so bright and clean, which good and evil could discern. What these words honesty and honour mean, the soul alone knows how to learn. And though 'tis true she is imprisoned here, yet hath she notions of her own, which sense doth only jog, awake, and clear, but cannot at the first make known. The soul her own felicity hath laid, and independent on the sense, sees the weak terrors which the world invade with pity or with negligence. So unconcerned she lives, so much above the rubbish of a sordid jail, that nothing doth her energy improve so much as when those structures fail. She's then a substance subtle, strong and pure, so immaterial and refined as speaks her from the body's fate secure, and wholly of a different kind. Religion for reward in vain would look, virtue were doomed to misery, all actions were like bubbles in a brook, were't not for immortality. But as that conqueror who millions spent thought it too mean to give a mite, so the world's judge can never be content to bestow less than infinite. Treason against eternal majesty must have eternal justice too, and since unbounded love did satisfy, he will unbounded mercy show. It is our narrow thoughts shorten these things, by their companion flesh inclined, which feeling is its own weakness gladly brings, the same opinion to the mind. We stifle our own sun, and live in shade, but where its beams do once appear, they make that person of himself afraid, and to his own acts most severe. For ways to sin close, and our breast disguise, from outward search we soon may find, but who can his own soul bribe or surprise, or sin without a sting behind? He that commands himself is more a prince, than he who nations keep in awe, who yield to all that does their soul convince, shall never need another law. 74. Happiness. Nature courts happiness, although it be unknown as the Athenian deity. It dwells not in man's sense, yet he supplies that want by growing fond of its disguise. The false appearances of joy deceive, and seeking her unto her like we cleave. For sinking man hath scarce sense left to know, whether the plank he grasps will hold or no. While all the business of the world is this, to seek that good which by mistake they miss, and all the several passions men express are but for pleasure in a different dress. They hope for happiness in being great, or rich or loved, then hug their own conceit. But the good man can find this treasure out, for which in vain others do dig and doubt, and hath such secret full content within, though all abroad be storms, yet he can sing. His peace is made, all's quiet in that place, where nature's cured and exercised by grace. This inward calm prevents his enemies, for he can neither envy nor despise, but in the beauty of his ordered mind doth still a new rich satisfaction find. Innocent epicure, whose single breast can furnish him with a continual feast, a prince at home and sceptres can refuse, valuing only what he cannot lose. He studies to do good, a man may be harmless for want of opportunity, but he's industrious kindness to dispense, and therein only covets eminence. Others do court applause and fame, but he thinks all that giddy noise but vanity. He takes no pains to be observed or seen, while all his acts are echoed from within. He's still himself when company are gone, too well employed ever to be alone. For studying God in all his volumes, he begins the business of eternity, and unconcerned without retains the power to suck like bees a sweet from every flower. And as the manna of the Israelites had several tastes to please all appetites, so his contentment is that catholic food that makes all states seem fit as well as good. He dares not wish nor his own fate propound, but if God sends, reads love in every wound, and would not lose for all the joys of sense the glorious pleasures of obedience. His better part can neither change nor lose, and all God's will can bear, can do, can choose. 75. Death. How weak a star doth rule mankind, which owes its ruin to the same causes which nature had designed to cherish and preserve the frame. As commonwealths may be secure, and no remote invasion dread, yet may a sadder fall endure from traitors in their bosom bred. So while we feel no violence, and on our active health do trust, a secret hand doth snatch us hence, and tumbles us into the dust. Yet carelessly we run our race, as if we could death's summons wave, and think not on the narrow space between a table and a grave. But since we cannot death reprieve, our souls and fame we ought to mind, For they our bodies will survive, that goes beyond, this stays behind. If I be sure my soul is safe, and that my actions will provide my tomb a nobler epitaph, than that I only lived and died. So that in various accidents I conscience may and honour keep, I with that ease and innocence shall die, as infants go to sleep. 76. To the Queen's Majesty, on her late sickness and recovery. The public gladness that's to us restored, for your escape from what we so deplored, will want as well resemblance as belief, unless our joy be measured by our grief. When in your fever we with terror saw at once our hopes and happiness withdraw, and every crisis did with jealous fear enquire the news we scarce durst stay to hear. Some dying princes have their servants slain, that after death they might not want a train. Such cruelty were here a needless sin, for had our fatal fears prophetic been, sorrow alone that service would have done, and you by nations had been waited on. Your danger was in every visage seen, and only yours was quiet and serene. But all our zealous grief had been in vain, had not great Charles's called you back again. Who did your sufferings with such pain discern, he lost 3 kingdoms once with less concern. Labouring your safety he neglected his, nor feared he death in any shape but this. His genius did the bold distemper tame, and his rich tears quenched the rebellious flame. As once the Thracian hero loved and grieved, till he his lost felicity retrieved. And with the moving accents of his woe, his spouse recovered from the shades below. So the King's grief your threatened loss withstood, who mourned with the same fortune than he wooed. And to his happy passion we have been now twice obliged for so adored a Queen. But how severe a choice had you to make, when you must heaven delay or him forsake, yet since those joys you made such haste to find had scarce been full if he were left behind. How well did fate decide your inward strife by making him a present of your life, which rescued blessing he must long enjoy, since our offences could it not destroy. For none but death durst rival him in you, and death himself was baffled in it too. 77. Upon Mr. Abraham Cowley's retirement. Ode. No, no, unfaithful world, thou hast too long my easy heart betrayed, and me too long thy football made. But I am wiser grown at last, and will improve by all that I have passed. I know 'twas just I should be practised on, for I was told before, and told in sober and instructive lore, how little all that trusted thee have won. And yet I would make haste to be undone. Now by my suffering I am better taught, and shall no more commit that stupid fault. Go, get some other fool, whom thou mayst next cajole, on me thy frowns thou dost in vain bestow, for I know how to be as coy and as reserved as thou. In my remote and humble seat, now I'm again possessed of that late fugitive, my breast, from all thy tumults and from all thy heat, I'll find a quiet and a cool retreat, and on the fetters I have worn look with experienced and revengeful scorn, in this my sovereign privacy. 'Tis true I cannot govern thee, but yet myself I may subdue, and that's the nobler empire of the two. If every passion had got leave its satisfaction to receive, yet I would it a higher pleasure call, to conquer one than to indulge them all. For thy inconstant sea, no more I'll leave that safe and solid shore. No, though to prosper in the cheat, thou shouldst my destiny defeat, and make me be beloved or rich or great, nor from myself shouldst me reclaim, with all the noise and all the pomp of fame. Judiciously I'll thee despise, too small the bargain, and too great the price, for them to cozen twice. At length this secret I have learned, who will be happy must be unconcerned, must all their comfort in their bosom wear, and seek their treasure and their power there. No other wealth will I aspire, but that of nature to admire, nor envy on a laurel will bestow, whilst I have any in my garden grow. And when I would be great, 'tis but ascending to a seat which nature in a lofty rock hath built, a throne as free from trouble as from guilt, where when my soul her wings does raise above what worldlings fear or praise, with innocence and quiet pride I'll sit, and see the humble waves pay tribute to my feet. O life divine, when free from joys diseased, not always merry, but 'tis always pleased. A heart, which is too great a thing to be a present for a Persian king, which God himself would have to be his court, where angels would officiously resort, from its own height should much decline, if this converse it should resign, ill-natured world, for thine. Thy unwise rigour hath thy empire lost, it hath not only set me free, but it hath made me see they only can of thy possession boast, who do enjoy thee least, and understand thee most. For lo, the man whom all mankind admired, by every grace adorned, and every muse inspired, is now triumphantly retired. The mighty Cowley this hath done, and over thee a Parthian conquest won, which future ages shall adore, and which in this subdues thee more than either Greek or Roman ever could before. 78. The Irish Greyhound. Behold this creature's form and state, which nature therefore did create, that to the world might be expressed what mean there can be in a beast, and that we in this shape may find a lion of another kind. For this heroic beast does seem in majesty to rival him, and yet vouchsafes to man to show both service and submission too. From whence we this distinction have, that beast is fierce, but this is brave. This dog hath so himself subdued, that hunger cannot make him rude, and his behaviour does confess true courage dwells with gentleness. With sternest wolves he dares engage, and acts on them successful rage. Yet too much courtesy may chance to put him out of countenance. When in his opposer's blood fortune hath made his virtue good, this creature from an act so brave grows not more sullen, but more grave. Man's guard he would be, not his sport, believing he hath ventured for't, but yet no blood or shed or spent can ever make him insolent. Few men of him to do great things have learned, and when they are done, to be so unconcerned. 79. Song, to the tune of Sommes nous pas trop heureux. How prodigious is my fate, since I can't determine clearly whether you'll do more severely, giving me your love or hate. For if you with kindness bless me, since from you I soon must part, fortune will so dispossess me, that your love will break my heart. But since death all sorrow cures, might I choose my way of dying, I could wish the arrow flying from fortune's quiver, not from yours. For in the sad unusual story, how my wretched heart was torn, it will more concern your glory, I by absence fell than scorn. 80. A dialogue betwixt Lucasia and Rosania, imitating that of gentle Thyrsis. Rosania. My Lucasia, leave the mountain tops, and like a nearer air. Lucasia. How shall I then forsake my lovely flocks, bequeathed to my care? Rosania. Shepherdess, thy flocks will not be less, although thou shouldst come hither. Lucasia. But I fear the world will be severe, should I leave them to go thither. Rosania. O my friend, if you on that depend, you'll never know content. Lucasia. Rather I near thee would live and die, would fortune but consent. Rosania. But did you ask leave to love me too, that others should deprive me? Lucasia. Not all mankind a stratagem can find, which from that heart should drive me. Rosania. Better 't had been I thee had never seen, than that content to lose. Lucasia. Such are thy charms, I'd dwell within thine arms, could I my station choose. Rosania. When life is done, the world to us is gone, and all our cares do end. Lucasia. Nay, I know there's nothing sweet below, unless it be a friend. Rosania. Then whilst we live, this joy let's take and give, since death us soon will sever. Lucasia. But I trust, when crumbled into dust, we shall meet and love forever. End of Part 8. Part 9 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, The Matchless Orinda. Part 9. Poems 81 to 90. 81. Song, to the tune of Adieu, Phillis. 'Tis true our life is but a long disease, made up of real pain and seeming ease. You stars who these entangled fortunes give, O tell me why it is so hard to die, yet such a task to live? If with some pleasure we our griefs betray, it costs us dearer than it can repay. For time or fortune all things so devours, our hopes are crossed, or else the object lost, ere we can call it ours. 82. An epitaph on my honoured mother-in-law, Mrs. Philips of Porthenon, in Cardiganshire, who died January 1st, 1663. Reader, stay, it is but just, thou dost not tread on common dust. For underneath this stone does lie one whose name can never die, who from an honoured lineage sprung, was to another matched young, whose happiness she ever sought, one blessing was and many brought. And to her spouse her faith did prove by 15 pledges of their love. But when by death of him deprived, an honourable widow lived, full 24 years, wherein, though she had much afflicted been, saw many of her children fall, and public ruin threaten all, yet from above assisted, she both did and suffered worthily. She to the crown and church adhered, and in their sorrows them revered, with piety which knew no strife, but was as sober as her life. A furnished table, open door, that for her friends, this for the poor, she kept. Yet did her fortune find too narrow for her nobler mind, which seeking objects to relieve, did food to many orphans give, who in her life no want did know, but all the poor are orphans now. Yet hold, her fame is much too safe to need a written epitaph. Her fame was so confessed that she can never here forgotten be, till Cardigan itself become to its own ruined heaps a tomb. 83. Lucasia, Rosania, and Orinda, parting at a fountain, July 1663. Here, here are our enjoyments done. And since the love and grief we wear forbids us either word or tear, and art wants here expression, see nature furnish us with one. The kind and mournful nymph which here inhabits in her humble cells, no longer her own sorrow tells, nor for it now concerned appears, but for our parting sheds these tears. Unless she may afflicted be, lest we should doubt her innocence, since she hath lost her best pretence unto a matchless purity, our love being clearer far than she. Cold as the streams that from her flow, or, if her privater recess of greater coldness can express, then cold as those dark beds of snow our hearts are at this parting blow. But time, that has both wings and feet, our suffering minutes being spent, will visit us with new content, and sure if kindness be so sweet, 'tis harder to forget than meet. Then though the sad adieu we say, yet as the wine we hither bring revives and then exalts the spring, so let our hopes to meet allay the fears and sorrows of this day. 84. A farewell to Rosania. My dear Rosania, sometimes be so kind to think upon the friend thou leav'st behind, and wish thee here to make thy joys complete, or else me there to share thy blest retreat. But to the heart which for thy loss doth mourn, the kindest thought is that of quick return. 85. To my Lady Anne Boyle, saying I looked angrily upon her. Adored Valeria, and can you conclude Orinda lost in such ingratitude, and so misspell the language of my face, when in my heart you have so great a place? Ah, be assured I could no look direct to you not full of passion and respect. Or if my looks have played that treacherous part, and so much misinterpreted my heart, I shall forgive them that one falsehood less than all their folly and their ugliness. And had much rather choose they should appear always unhandsome, than once unsincere. But I must thank your error, which procures me such obliging jealousy as yours. For at that quarrel I can ne'er repine, which shows your kindness, though it questions mine. To your concern I pardon your distrust, and prize your love, even when it is unjust. 86. On the Welsh language. If honour to an ancient name be due, or riches challenge it for one that's new, the British language claims in either sense, both for its age and for its opulence. But all great things must be from us removed, to be with higher reverence beloved. So landscapes which in prospects distant lie, with greater wonder draw the pleased eye. Is not great Troy to one dark ruin hurled, once the famed scene of all the fighting world? Where's Athens now, to whom Rome learning owes, and the safe laurels that adorned her brows? A strange reverse of fate she did endure, never once greater than she's now obscure. Even Rome herself can but some footsteps show of Scipio's times, or those of Cicero. And as the Roman and the Grecian state, the British fell, the spoil of time and fate. But though the language hath the beauty lost, yet she has still some great remains to boast. For 'twas in that the sacred bards of old in deathless numbers did their thoughts unfold. In groves, by rivers, and on fertile plains, they civilized and taught the listening swains, whilst with high raptures, and as great success, virtue they clothed in music's charming dress. This Merlin spoke, who in his gloomy cave even Destiny herself seemed to enslave. For to his sight the future time was known much better than to others is their own. And with such state predictions from him fell, as if he did decree and not foretell. This spoke King Arthur, who, if fame be true, could have compelled mankind to speak it too. In this once Boadicea valour taught, and spoke more nobly than her soldiers fought. Tell me, what hero could be more than she, who fell at once for fame and liberty? Nor could a greater sacrifice belong, or to her children's or her country's wrong. This spoke Caractacus, who was so brave, that to the Roman fortune check he gave, and when their yoke he could decline no more, he it so decently and nobly wore, that Rome herself with blushes did believe, a Briton would the law of honour give, and hastily his chains away she threw, lest her own captive else should her subdue. 87. To the Countess of Thanet upon her marriage. Since you who credit to all wonders bring, that lovers can believe or poets sing, whose only shape and fashion does express, your virtue is your nature, not your dress. In whom the most admired extremes appear, humble and fair, prudent and yet sincere, whose matchless worth transmits such splendid rays, as those that envy it are forced to praise. Since you have found such an illustrious sphere, and are resolved to fix your glories there, a heart whose bravery to his sex secures as much renown as you have done to yours, and whose perfections in obtaining you are both discovered and rewarded too. 'Twere almost equal boldness to invent how to increase your merit or content. Yet sure the Muses somewhat have to say, but they will send it you a better way. The court which so much to your lustre owes, must also pay you its officious vows. But whilst this shows respect, and those their art, let me too speak the language of my heart, whose ruder offerings dare approach your shrine, for you who merits theirs can pardon mine. Fortune and virtue with such heat contend, as once for Rome, now to make you their friend. As you so well can this prefer to that, as you can neither fear nor mend your fate. Yet since the votes of joy from all are due, a love like mine must find some wishes too. May you, in this bright constellation set, still show how much the good outshine the great. May you be courted with all joys of sense, yet place the highest in your innocence, whose praise may you enjoy, but not regard, finding within both motive and reward. May fortune still to your commands be just, yet still beneath your kindness or your trust. May you no trouble either feel or fear, but from your pity for what others wear. And may the happy owner of your breast still find his passion with his joys increased, whilst every moment your concern makes known, and gives him too fresh reason for his own. And from their parents may your offspring have all that is wise and lovely, soft and brave. Or if all wishes we in one would give, for him and for the world, long may you live. 88. Epitaph on her son H.P. at St. Scythe's Church, where her body also lies interred. What on earth deserves our trust? Youth and beauty both are dust. Long we gathering are with pain, what one moment calls again. 7 years childless marriage past, a son is born at last. So exactly limbed and fair, full of good spirits, mien and air, as a long life promised, yet in less than 6 weeks dead. Too promising, too great a mind in so small room to be confined. Therefore, as fit in heaven to dwell, he quickly broke the prison shell. So the subtle alchemist can't with Hermes' seal resist the powerful spirit's subtler flight, but 'twill bid him long good night. And so the sun, if it arise, half so glorious as his eyes, like this infant, takes a shroud, buried in a morning cloud. 89. On the death of my Lord Rich, only son to the Earl of Warwick, who died of smallpox, 1664. Have not so many lives of late sufficed to quench the greedy thirst of fate? Though to increase the mournful purple flood, as well as noble, she drank royal blood. That not content against us to engage our own wild fury and usurper's rage, by sickness now, when all that storm is past, she strives to hew our heroes down as fast. And by the prey she chooses, shows her aim is to extinguish all the English fame. Else had this generous youth we now have lost been still his friends' delight and country's boast, and higher raised the illustrious name he bore, than all our chronicles had done before. Had death considered ere he struck this blow, how many noble hopes 'twould overthrow, the genius of his house, who did complain that all her worthies now died o'er again, his flourishing and yet untainted years, his father's anguish and his mother's tears, sure he had been persuaded to relent, nor had for so much early sweetness sent that fierce disease which knows not how to spare the young, the great, the knowing, or the fair. But we as well might flatter every wind, and court the tempest to be less unkind, as hope from churlish death to snatch his prey, who is as furious and as deaf as they, and who hath cruelly surprised in him his parents' joy and all the world's esteem. Say, treacherous hopes that whisper in our ear, still to expect some steady comfort here, and though we oft discover all your arts, would still betray our disappointed hearts. What new delusion can you now prepare, since this pale object shows how false you are? 'Twill fully answer all that you have to plead, if we reply, great Warwick's heir is dead. Blush, human hopes and joys, and then be all in solemn mourning at this funeral. For since such expectations brittle prove, what can we safely either hope or love? 90. The Virgin. The things that make a virgin please, she that seeks will find them these: a beauty, not to art in debt, rather agreeable than great; an eye wherein at once do meet the beams of kindness and of wit; an undissembled innocence, apt not to give nor take offence; a conversation at once free from passion and from subtlety; a face that's modest yet serene, a sober and yet lively mien; the virtue which does her adorn, by honour guarded, not by scorn; with such wise lowliness endued as never can be mean or rude; that prudent negligence enrich, and times her silence and her speech; whose equal mind does always move, neither a foe nor slave to love; and whose religion strong and plain, not superstitious nor profane. End of Part 9. Part 10 of The Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips. The Matchless Orinda. Part 10. Poems 91 to 104. 91. Upon the graving of her name upon a tree in Barn Elms walks. Alas, how barbarous are we, thus to reward the courteous tree, who its broad shade affording us, deserves not to be wounded thus. See how the yielding bark complies with our ungrateful injuries; and seeing this, say how much then trees are more generous than men, who by a nobleness so pure can first oblige and then endure. 92. To my dearest friend Mrs. A. Owen, upon her greatest loss. As when two sister rivulets, who crept from that dark bed of snow wherein they slept, by private distant currents underground, have by meanders either's bosom found, they sob aloud, and break down what withstood, swollen by their own embraces to a flood. So when my sympathy for thy dear grief had brought me near, in hope to give relief, I found my sorrow heightened when so joined, and thine increased by being so combined. Since to the bleeding hopes of many years I could contribute nothing but my tears. Fears which to thy sad fate were justly due, and to his loss by all who that loss knew. For thy Charistus was so much above the eloquence of all our grief and love, that it would be injurious to his hearse to think to crowd his worth into a verse. Could I by miracle such praise indite, who with more ease and justice weep than write, he was all that which history can boast, or bolder poetry had e'er engrossed. So pious, just, noble, discreet, and kind, their best ideas know not how to find. His strong religion not on trifles spent, was useful, firm, early, and eminent, never betrayed to indigested heat, nor yet enticed from what was safely great. And this so soon, as if he had foresight, he must begin betimes whose noon is night. His virtue was his choice, and not his chance, not moved by age, nor born of ignorance. He well knew whom and what he did believe, and for his faith did not dispute but live, and lived just like his infant innocence, but that was crowned with free obedience. How did he scorn design, and equally how much abhorred this age's vanity! He neither liked its tumults nor its joys, slighted alike earth's pleasures and her noise, but unconcerned in both, in his own mind alone could power and satisfaction find. A treasury of merit there lay hid, which though he ne'er confessed, his actions did. His modesty unto his virtue lent at once a shadow and an ornament. But what could hide those filial rights he paid? How much he loved, how prudently obeyed? How as a brother did he justly share his kind concern betwixt respect and care? And to a wife how fully did he prove how wisely he could judge, how fondly love? As husbands serious, but as lovers kind, he valued all of her, but loved her mind. And with a passion made this riddle true, 'twas ever perfect, and yet still it grew. Such handsome thoughts his breast did ever fill, he durst do anything but what was ill. Unlike those gallants who so use their time as opportunity to act their crime, and lost in wine or vanity when young, they die too soon because they lived too long. But he has hallowed so his early death, 'tis almost shame to draw a longer breath. I can no more. They that can must have learned to be more eloquent and less concerned. But all that noble justice to his name his own good angel will commit to fame. Could grief recall this happiness again, of thy dear sorrow I would ne'er complain, but such an opportunity would take to grieve an useless life out for thy sake. But since it cannot, I must pray thee live, that so much of Charistus must survive, and that thou do not act so harsh to love, as that his glory should thy sorrow move. Endure thy loss till heaven shall it repay, upon thy last and glorious wedding day, when thou shalt know him more, and quickly find the love increased by being so refined, and there possess him without parting fears, as I my friendship free from future tears. 93. Orinda to Lucasia, parting, October 1661, at London. Adieu, dear object of my love's excess, and with thee all my hopes of happiness. With the same fervent and unchanged heart, which did its whole self once to thee impart, and which, though fortune has so sorely bruised, would suffer more to be from this excused. I to resign thy dear converse submit, since I can neither keep nor merit it. Thou hast too long to me confined been, who ruin am without, passion within. My mind is sunk below thy tenderness, and my condition does deserve it less. I'm so entangled and so lost a thing by all the shocks my daily sorrows bring, that wouldst thou for thy old Orinda call, thou hardly couldst unravel her at all. And should I thy clear fortunes interline with the incessant miseries of mine? No, no, I never loved at such a rate, to tie thee to the rigours of my fate. As from my obligations thou art free, sure thou shalt be so from my injury. Though every other worthiness I miss, yet I'll at least be generous in this. I'd rather perish without sigh or groan, than thou shouldst be condemned to give me one. Nay, in my soul I rather could allow friendship should be a sufferer than thou. Go then, since my sad heart has set thee free, let all the loads and chains remain on me. Though I be left the prey of sea and wind, thou, being happy, wilt in that be kind. Nor shall I my undoing much deplore, since thou art safe, whom I must value more. Oh, mayest thou ever be so, and as free from all ills else as from my company, and may the torments thou hast had from it be all that heaven will to thy life permit, and that they may thy virtue service do, mayst thou be able to forgive them too. But though I must this sharp submission learn, I cannot yet unwish thy dear concern. Not one new comfort I expect to see, I quit my joy, hope, life, and all but thee. Nor seek I thence aught that may discompose that mind where so serene a goodness grows. I ask no inconvenient kindness now, to move thy passion or to cloud thy brow, and thou wilt satisfy my boldest plea by some few soft remembrances of me, which may present thee with this candid thought, I meant not all the troubles that I brought. Own not what passion rules and fate does crush, but wish thou couldst have done't without a blush, and that I had been, ere it was too late, either more worthy or more fortunate. Ah, who can love the thing they cannot prize? But thou mayst pity, though thou dost despise. Yet I should think that pity bought too dear, if it should cost those precious eyes a tear. Oh, may no minute's trouble thee possess, but to endear the next hour's happiness. And mayst thou, when thou art from me removed, be better pleased, but never worse beloved. Oh, pardon me, for pouring out my woes in rhyme now, that I dare not do't in prose. For I must lose whatever is called dear, and thy assistance all that loss to bear, and have more cause than e'er I had before, to fear that I shall never see thee more. 94. On the 1st of January, 1657. Th' eternal centre of my life and me, who when I was not gave me room to be, hath since, my time preserving in his hands, by moments numbered out the precious sands, yet it is swelled to 26 years, chequered by Providence with smiles and tears. I have observed how vain all glories are, the change of empire and the chance of war, seen faction with its native venom burst, and treason struck by what itself had nursed, seen useless crimes whose owners but made way for future candidates to wear the bay. 95. To my Lady M. Cavendish, choosing the name of Polycrite. That nature in your frame has taken care, as well your birth as beauty do declare, since we at once discover in your face the lustre of your eyes and of your race, and that your shape and fashion does attest so bright a form has yet a brighter guest. To future times authentic fame shall bring, historians shall relate, and poets sing. But since your boundless mind upon my head some rays of splendour is content to shed, and lest I suffer by the great surprise, since you submit to meet me in disguise, can lay aside what dazzles vulgar sight, and to Orinda can be Polycrite. You must endure my vows, and find the way to entertain such rites as I can pay, for so the power divine new praise acquires, by scorning nothing that it once inspires. I have no merits that your smile can win, nor offering to appease you when I sin. Nor can my useless homage hope to raise, when what I cannot serve I strive to praise. But I can love, and love at such a pitch, as I dare boast it will even you enrich. For kindness is a mine, when great and true, of nobler ore than ever Indians knew. 'Tis all that mortals can on heaven bestow, and all that heaven can value here below. 96. Against Love. Hence, Cupid, with your cheating toys, your real griefs and painted joys, your pleasure which itself destroys. Lovers like men in fevers burn and rave, and only what will injure them do crave. Men's weakness makes love so severe, that they give him power by their fear, and make the shackles which they wear. Who to another does his heart submit, makes his own idol, and then worships it. Him whose heart is all his own, peace and liberty does crown. He apprehends no killing frown. He feels no raptures which are joys diseased, and is not much transported, but still pleased. 97. A dialogue of friendship multiplied. Musidorus. Will you unto one single sense confine a starry influence, or when you do the rays combine, to themselves only make them shine? Love that's engrossed by one alone is envy, not affection. Orinda. No, Musidorus, this would be but friendship's prodigality. Union in rays does not confine, but doubles lustre when they shine, and souls united live above envy as much as scattered love. Friendship, like rivers, as it multiplies in many streams, grows weaker still and dies. Musidorus. Rivers indeed may lose their force when they divide or break their course, for they may want some hidden spring which to their streams recruits may bring. But friendship's made of purest fire, which burns and keeps its stock entire. Love, like the sun, may shed his beams on all, and grow more great by being general. Orinda. The purity of friendship's flame proves that from sympathy it came, and that the hearts so close do knit, they no third partner can admit. Love, like the sun, does all inspire, but burns most by contracted fire. Then though I honour every worthy guest, yet my Lucasia only rules my breast. 98. Rosania to Lucasia on her letters. Ah, strike outright, or else forbear, be more kind or more severe, for in this chequered mixture I cannot live and would not die, and must I neither? Tell me why. When thy pen thy kindness tells, my heart transported leaps and swells. But when my greedy eye does stray, thy threatened absence to survey, that heart is struck and faints away. To give me title to rich land, and the fruition to withstand, or solemnly to send the key of treasures I must never see, would it contempt or bounty be? This is such refined distress, that thy sad lovers sigh for less. Though thou their hopes hast overthrown, they lose but what they ne'er have known. But I am plundered from my own. How canst thou thy Rosania prize, and be so cruel and so wise? For if such rigid policy must thy resolves dispute with me, where then is friendship's victory? Kindness is of so brave a make, 'twill rather death than bondage take. So that if thine no power can have, give it and me one common grave, but quickly either kill or save. 99. To my Antenor, March 16th, 1661. My dear Antenor, now give o'er, for my sake talk of graves no more. Death is not in your power to gain, and is both wished and feared in vain. Let's be as angry as we will, grief sooner may distract than kill, and the unhappy often prove death is as coy a thing as love. Those whose own sword their death did give, afraid were, or ashamed to live, and by an act so desperate did poorly run away from fate. 'Tis braver much t'outride the storm, endure its rage and shun his harm. Affliction nobly undergone more greatness shows than having none. But yet the wheel in turning round at last may lift us from the ground, and when our fortune's most severe, the less we have, the less we fear. And why should we that grief permit which can nor mend nor shorten it? Let's wait for a succeeding good. Woes have their ebb as well as flood. And since the Parliament have rescued you, believe that Providence will do so too. 100. A Triton to Lucasia going to sea, shortly after the Queen's arrival. My master Neptune took such pains of late to quiet the commotions of his state, that he might give, through his fierce winds and seas, safe passage to the royal Portuguese, that he ne'er since at home has kept, and in his crystal palace slept, till a swift wind told him to-day a stranger was to pass this way, whom he hath sent me out to view, and I must tell him, madam, it is you. He knows you by an honourable fame, who hath not heard Lucasia's worthy name? But should he see you too, I doubt he will grow amorous, and here detain you still. I know his humour very well, so best can the event foretell. But wishing you better success, and that my master's guilt be less, I will say nothing of your form, till you are past the danger of a storm. Fear nothing else, for eyes so sweet as these No power that is sea-born can displease. You are much more than nymph or goddess bright. I saw 'em all at supper t'other night. They with far less attraction draw. They give us love, you give us law. Your charms the winds and seas will move, but 'tis no wonder, not to love. Your only danger is, lest they stiff with amazement should becalm your way. But should they all want breath to make a gale, what sent in prayers for you will fill your sail? What brought you hither will your way secure, Courage and kindness can no slip endure. The winds will do as much for you. Yet since our birth the English Ocean boasts, we hope sometimes to see you on these coasts, and we will order for you as you pass, winds soft as lovers' vows, waves smooth as glass. Each deity shall you befriend, and all the sea-nymphs shall attend. But if because a ship's too strait, or else unworthy such a freight, a coach more useful would appear, that and 6 Danish steeds you know are here. 101. Orinda upon little Hector Philips. Twice 40 months of wedlock I did stay, then had my vows crowned with a lovely boy. And yet in 40 days he dropped away. O swift vicissitude of human joy! I did but see him, and he disappeared. I did but pluck the rosebud, and it fell. A sorrow unforeseen and scarcely feared, for ill can mortals their afflictions spell. And now, sweet babe, what can my trembling heart suggest to write my doleful fate or thee? Tears are my muse, and sorrow all my art. So piercing groans must be thy elegy. Thus, whilst no eye is witness of my moan, I grieve thy loss, ah, boy, too dear to live. And let the unconcerned world alone, who neither will nor can refreshment give. An offering too for thy sad tomb I have, too just a tribute to thy early hearse. Receive these grasping numbers to thy grave, the last of thy unhappy mother's verse. 102. To the Lady E. Boyle. Ah, lovely Celimena, why are you so full of charms, that neither sex can from them fly, nor take against them arms? Others in time may gain a part, but you at once snatch all the heart. Dear tyrant, why will you subdue Orinda's trivial heart, which can no triumph add to you, not meriting your dart? And sure you will not grant it won, if not for my sake, for your own. For it has been by tenderness already so much bruised, that at your altars I may guess it will but be refused. For never deity did prize a torn and maimed sacrifice. But oh, what madness can or dare dispute this noble chain, which 'tis a greater thing to wear than empires to obtain? To be your slave I more design, than to have all the world be mine. Those glorious fetters will create a merit fit for them, repair the breaches made by fate, and whom they own redeem. What thus ennobles and thus cures can be no influence but yours. Pardon the ambition of my aim, who love you at that rate, that story cannot boast a flame so lasting and so great. I can be only kind and true, but what else can be worthy you? 103. To my Lord Duke of Ormond, upon the late plot. Though you, great sir, be Heaven's immediate care, who showed you danger, and then broke the snare, and our first gratitude to that be due, yet there is much that must be paid to you. For 'tis your prudence Ireland's peace secures, gives her her safety, and what's dearer, yours, whilst your prevailing genius does dispense at once its conduct and its influence. Less honour from a battle won is got, than to repel so dangerous a plot. Fortune with courage may play booty there, but single virtue is triumphant here. In vain the bold ungrateful rebels aim to overturn when you support the same. You who 3 potent kingdoms late have seen tremble with fury, and yet steadfast been. Who in afflicted majesty could wait, when it was seemingly forsook by fate. Whose settled loyalty no storms dismayed, nor the more flattering mischiefs could dissuade. And having scaped so dangerous a coast, could you now fall, expiring treason's boast? Or was it hoped by this contemned crew, that you could fortune, and not them, subdue? But whilst these wretches at this impious rate will buy the knowledge of your mighty fate, you shall preserve your King's entrusted crown, assisted by his fortune and your own. And whilst his sword kingdoms abroad bestows, you with the next renown shall this dispose. 104. To the Countess of Roscommon with a copy of Pompey. Great Pompey's fame from Egypt made escape, and flies to you for succour in this shape. A shape which I assured him would appear nor fit for you to see nor him to wear. Yet he says, madam, he's resolved to come, and run a hazard of a second doom. But still he hopes to bribe you by that trust you may be kind, but cannot be unjust. Each of whose favours will delight him more than all the laurels that his temples wore. Yet if his name and his misfortunes fail, he thinks my intercession will prevail. And whilst my numbers would relate his end, not like a judge you'll listen, but a friend. For how can either of us fear your frown, since he and I are both so much your own? But when you wonder at my bold design, remember who did that high task enjoin. The illustrious Orrery, whose least command you would more wonder if I could withstand. Of him I cannot, which is hardest tell, or not to praise him, or to praise him well. Who on that height from whence true glory came, does there possess and thence distribute fame. Where all their lyres the willing Muses bring, to learn of him whatever they shall sing. Since all must yield, whilst there are books or men, the universal empire to his pen. Oh! had that powerful genius but inspired the feeble hand whose service he required, it had your justice then, not mercy prayed, had pleased you more, and better him obeyed. End of Part 10. Part 11 of the Matchless Orinda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, the Matchless Orinda. Part 11. Poems 105 to 116. 105. On the death of the truly honourable Sir Walter Lloyd, Knight. At obsequies where so much grief is due, the Muses are in solemn mourning too, and by their dead astonishment confess, they can lament this loss, though not express. Nay, if those ancient bards had seen this hearse, who once in British shades spoke living verse, their high concern for him had made them be apter to weep, than write his elegy. When on our land that flood of woes was sent, which swallowed all things sacred as it went, the injured arts and virtues made his breast the ark wherein they did securely rest. For as that old one was tossed up and down, and yet the angry billows could not drown, so heaven did him in this worse deluge save, and made him triumph o'er the unquiet wave. Who while he did with that wild storm contest, such real magnanimity expressed, that he dared to be loyal in a time when 'twas a danger made, and thought a crime. Duty and not ambition was his aim, who studied conscience ever more than fame, and thought it so desirable a thing, to be preferred to suffer for his king, that he all fortune's spite had pardoned her, had she not made his prince a sufferer. For whose loved cause he did both act and grieve, and for it only did endure to live. To teach the world what man can be and do, armed by allegiance and religion too. His head and heart mutual assistance gave, that being still so wise, and this so brave, that 'twas acknowledged all he said and did, from judgment and from honour did proceed. Such was the useful mixture of his mind, 'twas at once meek and knowing, stout and kind. For he was civil, bountiful, and learned, and for his friends so generously concerned, that both his heart and house, his hand and tongue, to them more than himself seemed to belong, as if to his wronged party he would be both an example and apology. For when both swords and pens ceased the dispute, his life alone rebellion did confute. But when his vows propitious heaven had heard, and our unequalled King at length appeared, as aged Simeon did his spirits yield, when he had seen his dearest hopes fulfilled, he gladly saw the morning of that day, which Charles his growing splendour did display. Then to eternal joys made greater haste, because his present ones flowed in so fast, from which he fled, out of a pious fear, lest he by them should be rewarded here, while his sad country by his death have lost their noblest pattern and their greatest boast. 106. Orinda to Lucasia. Observe the weary birds ere night be done, how they would fain call up the tardy sun. With feathers hung with dew, and trembling voices too, they court their glorious planet to appear, that they may find recruits of spirits there. The drooping flowers hang their heads, and languish down into their beds, while brooks more bold and fierce than they, wanting those beams from whence all things drink influence, openly murmur and demand the day. Thou, my Lucasia, art far more to me than he to all the underworld can be. From thee I've heat and light, thy absence makes my night. But ah, my friend, it now grows very long, the sadness weighty, and the darkness strong. My tears, its dew, dwell on my cheeks, and still my heart thy dawning seeks. And to thee mournfully it cries, that if too long I wait, even thou mayst come too late, and not restore my life, but close my eyes. 107. To Celimena. Forbear, fond heart, say I, torment no more that Celimena whom thou dost adore. For since so many of her chains are proud, how canst thou be distinguished in the crowd? But say, bold trifler, what dost thou pretend? Wouldst thou depose thy saint into thy friend? Equality of friendship is required, which here were criminal to be desired. 108. An answer to another persuading a lady to marriage. Forbear, bold youth, all's heaven here, and what you do aver, to others courtship may appear, 'tis sacrilege to her. She is a public deity, and were't not very odd she should depose herself to be a petty household god? First make the sun in private shine, and bid the world adieu, that so he may his beams confine in compliment to you. But if of that you do despair, think how you did amiss, to strive to fix her beams, which are more bright and large than this. 109. Lucasia and Orinda, parting with Pastora and Phyllis at Ipswich. In your converse we best can read how constant we should be, but 'tis in losing that we need all your philosophy. How perished is the joy that's past, the present how unsteady. What comfort can be great and last when this is gone already? Yet that it subtly may torment the memory does remain, for what was when enjoyed content is in its absence pain. If you'll restore it, we'll not grieve that fate does now us sever. 'Tis better by your gift to live, than by our own endeavour. 110. Epitaph on my truly honoured Publius Scipio. To the officious marble we commit a name above the art of time or wit. 'Tis righteous, valiant Scipio, whose life we found the best sermon and best history, whose courage was no anguish, brutish heat, but such as spoke him good as well as great, which first engaged his arms to prop the state of the almost undone Palatinate, and help the Netherlands to stem the tide of Rome's ambition and the Austrian pride, which shall in every history be famed, wherein Breda or Frankendale are named. And when forced by his country's angry stars to be a party in her civil wars, he so much conduct by his valour taught, so wisely governed and so bravely fought, that the English annals shall this record bear, none better could direct or further dare. Formed both for war and peace, was brave in fight, and in debate judicious and upright. Religion was his first and highest care, which ruled his heart in peace, his hand in war, which at the least sin made him tremble still, and rather stand a breach than act an ill. For his great heart did such a temper show, stout as a rock, yet soft as melting snow. In him so prudent and yet so sincere, the serpent much, the dove did more appear. He was above the little arts of state, and scorned to sell his peace to mend his fate. Anxious of nothing but an inward spot, his hand was open, but his conscience not. Just to his word, to all religions kind, in duty strict, in bounty unconfined. And yet so modest, 'twas to him less pain to do great things than hear them told again. Perform, sad stone, thy honourable trust unto his memory, and thyself be just, for his immortal name shall thee befriend, and pay thee back more fame than thou canst lend. 111. To Mr. Sam Cooper, having taken Lucasia's picture, given December 14th, 1660. If noble things can noble thoughts infuse, your art might even in me create a muse, and what you did inspire, you would excuse. But if it such a miracle could do, that muse would not return you half your due, since 'twould my thanks, but not the praise, pursue. To praise your art is then itself more hard, nor would it the endeavour much regard, since it and virtue are their own reward. A pencil from an angel newly caught, and colours in the morning's bosom sought, would make no picture, if by you not wrought. But done by you it does no more admit of an encomium from the highest wit, than that another hand should equal it. Yet whilst you with creating power vie, command the very spirit of the eye, and then reward it with eternity. Whilst your each touch does life and air convey, fetch the soul out like overcoming day, and I my friend repeated here survey, I by a passive way may do you right, wearing in that what none could e'er indite, your panegyric and my own delight. 112. Parting with a friend. Whoever thinks that joys below can lasting be and great, let him behold this parting blow, and cure his own deceit. Alas, how soon are pleasures done where fortune has a power, how like to the declining sun, or to the withered flower. 1,000 unconcerned eyes shall suffer us to see, but of those we chiefly prize we must deprived be. But we may conquer if we will, the wanton tyrant teach, that we have something left us still, which grows not in her reach. That unseen string which fastens hearts, nor time nor chance e'er tied, nor can it be in either's arts their unions to divide. Where sympathy does love convey, it braves all other powers. Lucasia and Rosania say, has it not formed ours? If 40 weeks' converse has not been able yet to tie your souls in that mysterious knot, how wretched then am I! But if I read in either's mind, as sure I hope to do, that each to other is combined, absence will make it true. No accident will e'er surprise, or make your kindness start. Although you lose each other's eyes, you'll faster keep the heart. Letters as kind as turtle doves, and undisguised as thought, will entertain those fervent loves which have each other bought. Till fortune, vexed with the sight of faith so free from stain, shall then grow weary of her spite, and let you meet again. Wherein may you that rapture find, that sister Cheryls have, when I am in my rocks confined, or sealed up in my grave. 113. To my dearest friend, upon her shunning grandeur. Shine out, rich soul! To greatness be, what it can never be to thee, an ornament. Thou canst restore the lustre which it had before these ruins, own it, and 'twill live. Thy favours more than kings can give. Hast more above all titles then, the bearers are above common men, and so heroic art within, thou must descend to be a queen. Yet honour may convenient prove, by giving thy soul room to move. Affording scene unto that mind, which is too great to be confined. Wert thou with single virtue stored, to be approved but not adored, thou mightst retire, but who e'er meant a palace for a tenement? Heaven has so built thee, that we find thee buried when thou art confined. If thou in privacy wouldst live, yet lustre to thy virtues give, to stifle them for want of air, injurious is to heaven's care. If thou wilt be immured, where shall thy obliging soul appear? Where shall thy generous prudence be, and where thy magnanimity? Nay, thy own darling thou dost hide, thy self-denial is denied. For he that never greatness tries can never safely it despise. That Antoninus writ well, when he held a sceptre and a pen, less credit Solomon does bring as a philosopher than king. So much advantage flows from hence, to write by our experience. Diogenes I must suspect of envy more than wise neglect, when he his prince so ill did treat, and so much spurned at the great. A censure is not clear from those whom fate subjects or does depose, nor can we greatness understand from an oppressed or fallen hand. But 'tis some prince must that define, or one that freely did resign. A great Almanzor teaches thus, or else a Dionysius. For to know grandeur we must live in that, and not in perspective. Vouchsafe the trial then, that thou mayst safely wield, yet disallow the world's temptations, and be still above whatever would thee fill. Convince mankind there's somewhat more great than the titles they adore. Stand near them, and 'twill soon be known thou hast more splendour of thy own. Yield to the wanting age, and be channel of true nobility, for from thy womb such heroes needs must arise, who honours will deserve and can despise. 114. To Pastora being with her friend. While you the double joy obtain of what you can give and what you gain, Friendship, who owes you so much fame, commands my tribute to your name. Friendship, that was almost forlorn, sunk under every critic's scorn, but that your genius her protects, had fled the world, at least the sex. You have restored them and us, whence both are happy. Caesar thus owed Rome the glories of his reign, and Rome owed him as much again. You in your friend those joys have found, which all relations can propound. What nature does 'mong them disperse, you multiply in her converse. You her enjoyment have pursued in company and solitude, and wheresoever she'll retire, there's the diversion you desire. Your joys by this are more immense, and heat contracted grows intense, and friendship to be such to you will make these pleasures honours too. Be to each other that content, as to your sex your ornament, and may your hearts by mixture lost be still each other's bliss and boast. Impossible your parting be as that you e'er should disagree, and then even death your friend will prove, and both at once, though late, remove. But that you may severely live, you must the fending world forgive, and to employ your charity you have an object now in me. My pen, so much for you unfit, presents my heart, though not my wit, which heart admires what you express more than what monarchs do possess. Fear not infection from my fate, though I must be unfortunate, for having paid my vows due, I shall soon withdraw, wither, and die. 115. To my Lord and Lady Dungannon, on their marriage, May 11th, 1662. To you, who in yourselves do comprehend all you can wish and all we can commend, whom worth does guide and destiny obey, what offerings can the useless Muses pay? Each must at once suspend her charming lyre, till she hath learnt from you what to inspire. Well may they wonder to observe a knot, so curiously by love and fortune wrought, to which propitious heaven did decree all things on earth should tributary be, by gentle, sure, but unperceived degrees, as the sun's motion or the growth of trees, does Providence our wills to hers incline, and makes all accidents serve her design. Her pencil, sir, within your breast did draw the picture of a face you never saw, with touches which so sweet were and so true, by them alone the original you knew, and at that sight with satisfaction yield your freedom, which till then maintained the field. 'Twas by the same mysterious power too, that she has been so long reserved for you, whose noble passion, with submissive art, disarmed her scruples and subdued her heart. And now that at the last your souls are tied, whom floods nor difficulties could divide, even you that beauteous union may admire, which was at once heaven's care and your desire. You are so happy in each other's love, and in assured protection from above, that we no wish can add unto your bliss, but that it should continue as it is. O may it so, and may the wheel of fate in you no more change than she feels create. And may you still your happinesses find, not on your fortune growing, but your mind, whereby the shafts of chance as vain will prove, as all things else did that opposed your love. Be kind and happy to that great degree, as may instruct latest posterity, from so revered a precedent to frame rules to their duty, to their wishes aim. May the vast sea for your sake quit his pride, and grow so smooth while on his breast you ride, as may not only bring you to your port, but show how all things do your virtues court. May every object give you new delight, may time forget his scythe, and fate his spite. And may you never other sorrow know, but what your pity feels for others' woe. May your compassion be like that divine, which relieves all on whom it does but shine, whilst you produce a race that may inherit all your great stock of beauty, fame, and merit. 116. To His Grace Gilbert, Lord Archbishop of Canterbury, July 10th, 1664. That private shade wherein my muse was bred, she always hoped might hide her humble head, believing the retirement she had chose might yield her, if not pardon, yet repose. Nor other repetitions did expect than what our echoes from the rocks reflect, but hurried from her cave with wild affright, and dragged maliciously into the light, which makes her like the Hebrew virgin mourn, when from her face her veil was rudely torn. To you, my lord, she now for succour calls, and at your feet with just confusion falls. But she will thank the wrong deserved her hate, if it procure her that auspicious fate, that the same wing may over her be cast, where the best church of all the world is placed, and under which when she is once retired, she really may become to be inspired. And by the wonders which she there shall view, may raise herself to such a theme as you, who are preserved to govern and restore that church whose confessor you were before, and show by your unwearied present care, your sufferings are not ended, though hers are. For whilst your crozier her defence secures, you purchase her rest with the loss of yours. And Heaven, who first refined your worth, and then gave it so large and eminent a scene, hath paid you what was many ways your due, and done itself a greater right than you. For after such a rough and tedious storm had torn the church and done her so much harm, and though at length rebuked, you left behind such angry relics in the wave and wind, no pilot could, whose skill and faith were less, manage the shattered vessel with success. The piety of the apostles' times, and courage to resist this age's crimes, majestic sweetness, tempered and refined, in a polite and comprehensive mind, were all required her ruins to repair, and all united in her primate are. In your aspect so candid and serene, the conscience of such virtue may be seen, as makes the sullen schismatic consent, a churchman may be great and innocent. This shall those men reproach, if not reduce, and take away their fault or their excuse, whilst in your life and government appear all that the pious wish, and factious fear. Since the prevailing cross her ensigns spread, and pagan gods from Christian bishops fled, Time's curious eye till now hath never spied the Church's helm so happily supplied, merit and providence so fitly met, the worthiest prelate in the highest seat. If noble things can noble thoughts infuse, your life, my lord, may even in me produce such raptures, that of their rich fury proud, I may perhaps dare to proclaim aloud, assured the world that ardour will excuse, applaud the subject, and forgive the muse. End of Part 11. End of Poems by the most deservedly admired Mrs. Katherine Philips, the matchless Orinda.